say a few words?
Test, test, test.
Yeah, that's good right there.
How about from here?
A little softer and muffled.
Okay.
You want to try it one more time? Or
Sure, test, test, test.
yeah, that's better.
Okay, so I'm talking
Thank you.
normal now. You can hear me okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Good evening, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with, are there any closed session reports?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing to report.
Okay. IT Manager, Mr. Gary Boswell, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter,
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos,
Here.
Councilmember Kavanaugh,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge,
Here.
and Mayor Mashburn.
Here.
Happy holidays, everyone. As the holiday season is upon us, we encourage Simi Valley residents to support Simi Valley businesses by ordering from our restaurants and retail stores. We also remind everyone to wear their masks, use hand sanitizer, and wash their hands often. To comply with the limitations on gatherings, Simi Valley and the other 9 cities in the county continue to hold their council meetings without the public in attendance. However, there are still opportunities for the public to participate in this council meeting. The public statements procedure has changed to participation via Zoom. As noted on the agenda, the public was encouraged to register no later than 3:30 p.m. today if they wished to speak via Zoom. Written consent was also accepted by email. Those emails have already been provided to the City Council. They will be made part of the record, but will not be read by the City Clerk this evening.
Happy holidays, everyone. The city thanks you for your patience. During this local emergency, the city continues to provide opportunities for the public to participate in the business of the city and for their voices to be heard. With that said, we can move forward with tonight's meeting, and we'll start with agenda review. Is there anybody that has questions or changes for the agenda? Okay, seeing none.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
I vote yes, Judge.
Should we do it again?
I didn't vote, and it said I voted yes.
I'm going to
Can
clear
we do it
it.
again?
Okay.
Yeah, it never blinked.
Right,
There it is.
there we go.
Blame it on that. No, now it doesn't show anything. Let's try it again. Okay.
Secret ballot.
Third time's a charm.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. If any member of the City Council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Is there anyone that needs to declare?
Mr. Mayor, I will be recusing myself from consent item 13. My employer has a business relationship with the entity involved over which I have oversight.
Okay. Council, will that, Mr. City Attorney, is there a need for Councilmember Kavanaugh to leave the room at that time?
I believe it's a sound decision based on, I believe, the council members manages the account that person banks at, so it's close enough that they should probably leave the room during that.
Okay, so I suggest that we pull 13 and do it separately, and you could leave at that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, a certificate of appreciation to outgoing Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee member, and Julia Ramirez is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, we are recognizing Mr. Joe Grinstead, an outgoing Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee member. Committee members are committed to the city's continued efforts to provide services and community improvements to low and moderate income residents. During his tenure, Mr. Grinstead diligently reviewed, evaluated, and recommended funding allocations which benefited Simi Valley residents. Please join me in congratulating the outgoing committee member, Joe Grinstead, on a job well done. Due to the current situation, he is unable to be with us this evening, but we will mail his certificate.
Okay, I'm sure, does anybody wish to say anything?
Just appreciate all his efforts. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk tonight. I apologize. All emails have been provided to the City Council prior to the meeting. All persons who registered by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during the public statements portion, item number 2, for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. David?
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm going to call out the public statements for agenda item 2, and we'll begin with Aaliyah Ewing. Aaliyah, please unmute yourself. Ms. Ewing, please go ahead. Yes, we hear you.
Awesome, great. You guys said I have 2 minutes to speak? Did you guys say I have 2 minutes to speak?
I believe so. Mr. Mayor, is it 2 minutes?
It's 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just make it really quick. Thanks. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Basically, I wanted to say that I know that you guys are considering the new Mayor Pro Tem for the 2021 year, and I was really hoping that you would consider choosing Ruth Levinos, as she has time and time again proven her commitment to all people in Simi Valley. You guys passed over her in 2020 for reasons that did not make sense at the time, and they certainly don't make sense anymore. So I would really appreciate it if you guys would consider choosing Ruth Levinos, considering that she has now the experience, which you guys said she didn't have in 2020. So she now has the experience. She's also no longer on spot for recall, which is another reason you guys said. And then you also said that part of the reason you didn't choose her was because she didn't look good in the public at the time. And considering that Mike Judge is our current Mayor Pro Tem and that he has not looked good for ever, but most certainly the past 6 months, I think that you guys all have a responsibility to choose the person you should have chosen in 2020, and that would be Ruth Levinos. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Ruth Mon?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm here to speak about the Mayor Pro Tem position and how I feel that Ruth Levinos should get it. She was passed over in favor of Mike Judge last year, and part of that reason was because she was not favorable in the media or the public. However, here are some points on Mike Judge, who was chosen, and how he is also not favorable in the public. I'm sure everyone is aware of his many Facebook posts, which I've pulled a few here to speak about in terms of his public relations. The first is something that I saw to be very, very, very upsetting, and that is a statement on Islam where he posted a post that said, in part, Islam is not peaceful. In this post, Mike Judge ignorantly maligned an entire religion, casting them in a negative light. America is a land that was founded on freedom of religion in one of its many founding points. As a former cop who is sworn to protect the Constitution, he should not be maligning religions that he does not adhere to nor know anything about. I also have concerns with Mike Judge for that point, serving as mayor pro tem, which is supposed to be a nonpartisan position, because Mike Judge has made several public posts against Democrats as a whole in favor of the Republican Party. One post read, "Why would I attack America? You already have Democrats for that," accompanied with a picture of Putin. One called Democrats Dummycrats. How can we trust someone like this to make nonpartisan decisions if given the mayoral position? He has Facebooked many racist things, including a cannon pointing at a black man, and some of these racist comments were actually posted on news sites and covered heavily in the news. The city council posted a disavowal of his behavior on July 21st, I believe. Currently we are in a global pandemic and should only have leaders that recognize the severity of this. Actually, both Mike Judge and Elaine Litzer, in my opinion, have continuously examined that they do not see the severity of this. Mike Judge and Elaine Litzer have both attended massive gatherings where the majority of people were not wearing masks. And Mike Judge actually claims to care about COVID, but refuses to come to his job because he does not want to wear a mask. This meeting was literally started today by someone saying, "Please wear your mask." And if I refused to show up to my job because I did not want to wear a mask, I would be fired. Ruth was simply, you guys spoke against Ruth because she was simply informing people of their constitutional rights, not demeaning them like Mike Judge has. She has done many things, including passing body cams for police department, passing affordable housing unit, which in contrast, Mike Judge was the only one who voted no on that, which could have cost the city approximately $2 million in lawsuits. This shows that Mike Judge not only cares about himself and not the good of the city. Ruth has only shown selflessness and a care of the people of Simi Valley. Ruth has her JD, master's, and bachelor's, and is the most qualified person sitting on the dais today. And if you ask me, the reason she was passed up had to do with the fact that she is an outspoken Latina woman, and for a council that claims systematic racism does not exist, they sure are proving it day after day by suppressing.
Excuse me, your time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cassandra Douglas?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Keith Mashford and members of City Council, I'm providing testimony today to urge you to reinstate the natural order of progression for Mayor Pro Tem as established in November 2000. Last year in 2019, you all decided to make the terrible decision to bypass the natural order of progression and appoint Mike Judge as Mayor Pro Tem, and he has been an absolute embarrassment to the city, along with Keith Mashford, Elaine Litzer. Today, you need to make the decision to appoint Councilwoman Luevanos to Mayor Pro Tem because she is the most qualified. She has done the most for the city. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Kelly McManaman, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Kelly McManaman. I was born and raised in Simi Valley. I am here to urge each and every one of you city council members to vote in favor of Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos. In December of 2019, there was a meeting regarding appointment of Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos was looked over, and the city council instead favored overturning the traditional rotational basis, which was the precedent that was set forth. I would like to say that Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos is overqualified for the position. She has a bachelor's, master's degree, Juris Doctorate, and I think that her experience with local schools and students in the K through 12 areas speaks volumes about her character and her connectedness to the community. As a Latina, I relate to Ruth Luevanos very much. I come from a low-income household, and as the former chair of the Simi Valley Youth Council and as a member of the Simi Valley Youth Council for nearly 3 years, I had the honor and opportunity to work alongside other city council members. As a high school student who was newly introduced to politics, I was elated to be working with city elected officials. However, you can imagine my disappointment when I come back from college and I see the one woman that represents me, that looks like me, you know, that has the same face as me, that really shares the same cultural background as me, be belittled, harassed, and stripped of her title as Mayor Pro Tem for seemingly baseless reasons. So I would like to say to the city council members tonight, Please vote with your conscience and your heart and logic, because City Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos has the experience needed for the position of Mayor Pro Tem and is an inspiration to women like me who are women of color and need a source of inspiration that they too can be part of the leadership here in Simi Valley. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Plyler.
Hello.
Hello, we hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Catherine Plyler. 2020 has been quite the year. Some people have risen to the occasion and have fought for the working class and the vulnerable people of Simi, and others have exploited their privilege for their own personal gain. We have the opportunity to elect a woman of color to be Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Luevos has been on the right side of 2020. She's been to BLM protests to make our community safer and more inclusive. She has been to Pride festivals to celebrate our LGBTQIA diversity. She has fought for safe car lodging for unhoused neighbors. She has helped pass low-income housing for our financially vulnerable citizens. She has shown up for us. She has risen to the occasion. Mayor Pro Tem Judge has not shown up. He hasn't been going to council meetings for months because he refuses to wear a mask in this pandemic. That is the epitome of privilege. And yet he has still paid his monthly stipend and his gas money. How many of his constituents can say the same thing? No, Judge does not show up for the people he represents. He has dismissed and mocked the BLM movement. He has posted offensive and homophobic memes on the internet. He has not risen to 2020's challenges. He is reactive, fearful, ignorant, and he must be removed from his position of Mayor Pro Tem before he does even more damage to the dignity of council in the city of Simi Valley. Times are changing. The city of Simi Valley needs an innovative, inclusive, present leader, not somebody who hides from challenges and mocks from behind a screen. Elect Councilwoman Luevos and bring pride to our city. I'm showing up for her because I know she will show up for me. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes all public statements on item 2.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3A1, adoption of a resolution reciting the fact of the general municipal election held on November 3rd, 2020, declaring the results thereof and such matters as provided by law. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2020-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley reciting the fact of the general municipal election held in the City of Simi Valley on November 3, 2020, declaring the results thereof and such other matters as provided by law. And I will present this item. Good evening again, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The California Elections Code requires that the city enter into its record the statement of election results following each municipal election. Accordingly, an official copy of the results of the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election, as certified by the Ventura County Clerk, is attached to the staff report. Keith Mashburn received the most votes for the office of mayor. Dee Dee Kavanaugh received the most votes for District 1 City Council member seat, and Elaine Litzter received the most votes for District 3 City Council member seat. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution entering a statement of the election results as certified by the Ventura County Clerk on November 30, 2020, into the official records of the city. This concludes the staff's report, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, any questions of staff? Comments, motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2020-58, reciting the fact of the general municipal election and declaring the results thereof and such other matters as provided by law.
Okay, motion and second. I'll second.
It's kind of hard to say.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Judge votes yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, city clerk. Typically, we do this more ceremoniously with a judge would come in or authority, and based on our commitment to our COVID commitment to social distancing and mask and what have you, we're going to have our own city clerk swear the candidates in, and you get to watch it on TV.
And you have to speak loud and right into the mic. Turn it on. Make sure it's on.
Councilmember Litster, will you please stand? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Elaine Litster,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
for purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kavanaugh, will you please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Dee Dee Kavanaugh,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Lucy.
Mayor Mashburn.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Get that up there.
Please
There we
raise your
go.
right hand and repeat after me. I
I, Keith Mashburn,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and I take this obligation freely
and I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duty
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Wow, I like the ceremonies better when you have family here and everything.
And cake.
And cake, yeah. We don't have the back room with the refreshments. But I would like to take the opportunity to give not only the newly elected, will go in that order, a chance to speak. So we'll start with you, Elaine, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I so appreciate it. And I just want to first start by thanking the voters of District 3. What an opportunity, and I am humbled and gratified that they felt that I was the person that should represent them and serve our community. And I want you to know that I pledge to serve, of course, the voters of that district, but all of the residents of Simi Valley. I recognize that we are one city unified in purpose and desire, really, I think all desire what's best for our community. I recognize that this is a difficult time for voters, that for many, they have lost jobs, that businesses are being shuttered or greatly reduced. And I just want you to know, I pledge to look out for all of those, particularly who are being affected through government's response to COVID-19 and through no fault of their own, who are having livelihoods challenged and affected. That I really take that seriously, and it deeply bothers me, and I desire truly that all are equally represented and that livelihoods are not lost. I do want to quickly say thank you to many people. I will tell you, I feel blessed to be serving here, but I recognize that there were many wonderful people that helped throughout my campaign. A wonderful treasurer, Sandra Fernelius, my campaign manager, Bonnie Grave, my neighborhood walk chairperson, Elizabeth Steele, my sign chair, Pam Stalker. I could keep going on and on with names. Lots of great people were helpful. My kitchen cabinet, which was Becky Camp and Karen Hoyle and Romy Nico and John Tolson and Pam Campo and Steve Frank and his group. There were just lots of wonderful people who helped behind the scenes, and I couldn't begin to enumerate all of the names that truly reached out and were so helpful. I want to thank my sweet husband, Greg, who was really the one 2 years ago who said, Elaine, you need to do this. You've always wanted to. This is your time. This is your opportunity. And it was his encouragement that allowed me to have the freedom and to pursue this desire. I'm grateful to my children, Elisa, her husband Kofi, my daughter Lauren, and son Robert, and his wife Devin, and Tanner and James. I recognize that choices that I make impact the entire family. And my one child did remind me halfway through, Mom, why are you doing this? But I'm gratified and appreciative of their support, even though it definitely takes a toll on family. You know, when you campaign, you come up with cute slogans you hope that will resonate with the voters. I think one of my slogans was, she is your candidate. But I partly did that just as an acronym for the things that I was concerned about and for our community. She, S for safety. I recognize that many of us settled here because this is a safe, wonderful community, and I'm grateful for our police force, all that they do to keep us safe, and appreciative of our chief of police and his group and all that they do, and I pledge to be supportive of their efforts in keeping our community safe. But I recognize safety extends to everything from school, crosswalks, and potholes that cars run over, to safe water, etc. I recognize that. I believe that's the first responsibility of an elected official, to keep our community safe. SH, H stood for health, and I recognize at this time of COVID, it's obviously we are saddened by people who are affected, and I confess that I am one who experienced COVID myself. I didn't make that public at the time, but I did have that experience, and I recognize I was fortunate it was a mild case, but I recognize there are many others that have struggled so much deeply and have lost family members. And so it is imperative that we take steps to keep our community healthy, and that's why we wear our masks and social distance. But health also extends to job losses and small businesses, and I think I pledge to make this a healthy, vibrant community in all ways. And then E stood for economy, or keep us economically vibrant. I pledge to make wise, prudent financial choices. I recognize that we as elected officials shepherd the taxpayers' dollars, that we are responsible for money, for hard-earned dollars, and that we need to be very careful with that. And so I recognize the source of these city funds and pledge to be very careful, but also to make decisions that will sustain the city and make it stronger going forward. I want to thank my colleagues on this dais. I recognize that the only reason I had this opportunity was because 2 years ago, thank you, Keith Mashburn, for choosing to run for mayor and vacating your seat, because that allowed the opportunity for an appointment. And I want to thank those on the dais for appointing me and having faith in me at that time. And then thank the voters, of course, that validated it 2 years later and said that felt I was doing a good job and should continue. I want to thank that. I'd like to congratulate our mayor, Keith Mashburn, and Councilmember Dee Dee Kavanaugh, who have also served valiantly and well and were reelected. I promise I'm almost done.
This is your night.
Thank you. I talked about she's your candidate. I did have one other slogan, and that was that someone suggested, and I liked it, and that was Litster Listens. I thought, boy, that's got kind of a cute alliteration to it. And I do hope and pledge that I will listen to the concerns and have tried to listen to many people. But I wanted to add to that Litster listens and she acts. That when I hear things, I'm not afraid to go forward and champion and work to make things different and better, and I promise I will do that. In my office here at the city, I have a photo that I treasure. I haven't put it on the wall. Now I feel that this is official. I can put it up on the wall. I've kind of waited to do it. But it was a photograph taken of me when I was probably about 23 years old, and the White House staff photographer happened to catch a photo of me shaking the hand of President Ronald Reagan. And I love that photo. It was just a quick moment. But I admired many of the things that President Reagan stood for. But I wanted to share with you a quote that President Reagan gave. And he stated, "Live simply, love generously, care deeply, speak kindly, leave the rest to God." And I desire to do and be that. And I do care deeply. I promise to be kind and generous, but fair. And his last line, "leave the rest to God." I have to conclude by basically recognizing the hand of God in this process. I'm convinced that I was blessed to be placed in this position 2 years ago, blessed to continue, and I believe that there was divine providence that allowed this to happen, allowed me to be here. And I want to pledge to all of you wonderful, wonderful people of the city who are here that are here in the audience, and those that are watching, that I will do my best to represent and to truly be a force for good in this city. And again, I say thank you.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
And I have to follow that. That was wonderful. You did a very, very nice. You covered a lot of areas. I just wanted to thank everybody that voted for me and everybody that supported me. Running in districts for the first time was challenging for all of us, including the voters, not knowing what district they were in. I know I had people go, "I voted for you," and I'm like, "No, you didn't. You don't live in my district." But I just smiled and said thank you. It was a unique situation for everybody. This is my 17th year serving this community as an elected, starting my 17th year. I served 10 years on the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District Board, and then now I'm starting my 15th year. I'm aging myself, 4 years here. So this is my 15th year. I'm so proud to have been able to represent this community in multiple ways. And you can't do that without the good people that work here. The city staff, as I look out and see everybody that has to be here, sorry. You guys are great. I enjoy working with each and every one of you tremendously. You don't know how much. You are very supportive. You're there if anybody has a question. You do a great job. Our new city manager, you're still newer, has done a great job on building his new team. And I know it's going to lead Simi Valley into the future wonderfully. 2020 has been a very rough year for all of us, whether it be in your business or your home life or everything. It's been really been a bit of a struggle. We've lost some key people in our community this year, which has been very difficult for all of us. But I know that between my experience and the experience of all the other council members up here, we're strong and knowledgeable, and I know we're a great team that's going to lead our city into 2021 and into the future and help to bring our businesses back. I know each of us has a unique experience or a unique knowledge and gifts that we can bring to help, and working as a team, I think we'll be able to accomplish that. I truly also wanted to thank my team of supporters. So Alan and Antoinette Mann. Alan is my planning commissioner and does a great job, but Antoinette's the power behind that. She does everything. She's fantastic, and I can't thank her enough. My sister Lorianne Dario is my treasurer, and then Mike McGuigan, who's been around forever. Those of you know he's older than dirt. Hi, Mike. Hey, he'll be drinking his bourbon. Thank him. He did all my signs, and he always is the guy in the back. He's the worker, never wants to be thanked or recognized. So a big thank you to McGuigan. Fred Thomas and Dean Knickie also helped out with their expertise and their guidance on our Tuesday night committee meetings. So it was wonderful to have a variety of people. I also am very proud to have the endorsement and the support of the Police Officers Association here in Simi, the Ventura County Firefighters Professional Association, and the Conejo-Simi Moore Park Board of Realtors. So to me, those three units and those groups of people supported me as a whole, and I really, really hope that I can do the best for all of them in the coming future, as well as each and every one of you. Basically, it's just thank you for the opportunity to serve again. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm going to do my best for this community that I grew up in and that I love with all my heart. So thank you.
Okay, my turn. I think I'm next up. First of all, I want to thank the residents and voters of Simi Valley for having their faith in me to give me the overwhelming vote of confidence that they did in this election. It means a lot to me. What it means is they know that I represent them. Unlike the others, I'm not part of a district. I have the privilege of representing the entire city. I'm at large, and I very much appreciate that vote at large and will continue to serve as I have. I want to start off by thanking some people that have departed, people that have laid the groundwork for this city. They left this year. We all know what a year 2020 was, or is. I'd like to say was. We're almost there. But saying goodbye to Dave Sadler, one of the founders of the city. He kind of stayed in the background and did all the hard work. Debbie Thomas, who was a recent voice of this city, who did great work through the Seroptimus and was a great leader and did much for those in need and those that aren't as fortunate as all of us. Greg Stratton, who helped lay the foundational groundwork, not in the very beginning, but midway through the city's being, and was still willing to perform and was on committees to help this city at his time of passing. And then most recently, Peggy Sadler. She left us this last week. And again, a lady that supported her husband Dave in the background, but was always there working for the betterment of this city and for much of the organizational work that had to be done to form this city. Those are the people I have to thank. And I'm privileged to have been able to know them and meet them before their passing. As we move forward, you know, there's a lot of discussion. Obviously, COVID has really formed what we do today in our city, and that's very unfortunate. Our economic development, just like every city in California, and probably every city in this nation, has taken a real hit because of COVID. And so it brings challenges to us. It brings extreme challenges to us. And I think that we're doing a good job of meeting those challenges. Of course, we can't fix it. We can't wave a wand and make it go away and bring customers back into the businesses that we need them in. We can't open all the restaurants and have the group gatherings. But we're doing things, and we're working. We're taking shortcuts to make life as tolerable as it can be for all these people that are suffering based on their businesses have closed, or they've been at least reduced by like 75%. And when you want to run a business on about 20% profit, and you take 75% of that business away, it doesn't leave you much to work with. So our staff has stepped up to the plate. They've taken many shortcuts, and they go into the businesses and to the restaurants with an attitude of how can we help you get through this. We have to do some regulations, we have to enforce the rules, but we want to help you get through it. And that has resonated through our city, and I get feedback. And every time I'll ask, when somebody goes, oh, we're in such trouble, we don't have the business, and I says, how has the city treated you? Meaning staff from the city. I haven't had any negative comments. Everything's been positive. The city's been great. They're trying to do what's needed to keep us going. And for that, I'm appreciative. And that is what makes this a community, not just a city. We look at, together I've been working with the city manager and looking at the future. What can we do to help these people when COVID restrictions are reduced? We still have to help these folks get started and jumpstart their businesses so we can keep them in business. And we're coming up with ways to help them, kind of maybe putting some rules on the back burner that would help people, like signage and patios, this type of thing. Anything that we can do and staff can help us with, and staff is coming forward with the ideas also on how to jumpstart these businesses. And we're not only talking restaurants, that just seems to be the biggest one that we all notice, but it's going to all of the industries that we have here within the city. Housing is another issue that we hear so much about, and usually in the negative sense. This council has approved so many affordable housing units and is making progress, and all you have to do is go down to Patricia Street and look at all those vacant lots that are no longer vacant. And they have beautiful condominiums, beautiful apartments, different dwellings going up, and many projects to come. It's not the end all, it's not going to be perfect, but progress is definitely being made. If you look at the housing, the Sycamore project, where the old Park District used to be, or their old headquarters, and that'll have more and more affordable, if by today's standard, I use that term a little bit loosely, because even what we consider affordable is very difficult, and I realize that. But the progress is being made, and it's being made by this council and the decisions of this council. The Tapo and Eileen project was new and different, and at the same time exciting. SRO, single room occupancies, and now they're a reality, and we'll see them built, and it's another place that we're going to see more affordable housing for the children that were raised here and want to work here and want to stay here, and we want to keep them here. Now, some of the folks that don't listen very clearly think that maybe we're way too tough on it and we're somehow trying to push away these high density housing and lower cost apartment complexes and what have you. It's not that we're trying to push them away. We are tough because we want this to be a great place for those folks that will move into those places, those affordable units. We don't want them to look substandard. We don't want them to have to park blocks and blocks away from their home. We want them to have good recreational areas within their units. And so we're really and truly looking out for them. We want the best for them. At the same time, we're trying to come up with the affordability part of the project. If you looked at Tapo and Alamo, tough project, very, very, very tough. It was passed by this council. Moving on to our recent issues of the shutdowns that we've been suffering through based on Edison deciding that if they shut off all the electricity in the valley floor of Simi Valley, that suddenly there won't be any more wildland fires. I don't understand that. I completely don't understand that. How does shutting off the valley floor in what we call local responsibility area where there's no wildland, how is that preventing wildland fires? I need an answer. And I'm going to keep asking that question long after the Santa Ana winds are gone, because it's not appropriate what's been happening to this city. I will continue to stand by the city manager and others and research methods by which we can deal with the PERS retirement obligation. It's a big elephant in the room. That's a problem. We all recognize that it's a problem. Saying that we're doing everything wrong is not helping the problem. I'm encouraging people, instead of pointing and saying everything that is being done is wrong, come up with ideas. Join in, be part of the cure. We're here, we'll listen to you, and if you have ideas, let's discuss them and see if we can move forward with them. And we've had some ideas, and one of the bigger ones, it was voted down essentially and didn't work. But I give credit to those that brought it forward to the point where it was actually thought about and it looked like it was going to move forward. But legalities and what have you took that away from us. So we're looking for other solutions. But as a team, as a community, we need to look at these things, and we'll continue to do that. So bottom line is, we don't rule the federal government from this dais. We make policy for the city. And what I'm interested in for the city is our housing support. And I think we're heading the right direction. Two of the candidates, myself one of them, received backing from the Board of Realtors, who are very interested in quality housing. And I'm sorry? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. 3 of the candidates. I apologize. These 3 candidates, we all received the backing of the local Board of Realtors, who looks very closely at what our policies are regarding housing. The streets, we need to continue to work on our streets. And I think it was Bob Hubert that used to say that the most complaints he got from his constituency was potholes. Of course, we always want our sewers to flow, I think, and we want them to flow in the right direction down to the sewer plant. And we want safe drinking water that flows freely into our homes. These are all things that the city is responsible for making policy to keep the residents happy, and these are the things that I focus on, is what's best for this city. Now, it was said earlier, we have a wonderful police department. We'll keep that wonderful police department. It makes us safe. Again, a community that feels safe is a community that gets out and recreates together and socializes together and builds stronger bonds. So I'll definitely keep supporting the police department unless they do something really silly, but I haven't seen that yet. So I think we're in good shape, and I think you can tell by our crime rate. And I appreciate the police chief. He's here every meeting and listens and is easy to talk to and has great explanations when you take questions to him. Again, I'll continue my work on economic development. That's one of my priorities because that's what brings revenue to our city. And I have to thank the staff. Others have already thanked you. I think all too often, it's like politicians often forget to thank their family because of the sacrifice they do. Sometimes we forget to thank the staff, and it's very important to me that staff understands that we're on the same team. We want to work with you. We do work with you, and we appreciate all the work that you do. And we appreciate you sitting through these meetings a couple of Mondays a night, listening to everything that's being said up here. And I don't think we often enough reach out and thank staff for all the work that they're doing. They're the ones that make this city actually operate. I do want to thank my wife, Shelby. She's putting up with this for several years now. And my daughter, Meryl, who is a school teacher here in town that gets to suffer through the COVID issues just like anybody else. And my two grandsons, that they too aren't able to go to school because of COVID. But there are systems that are working for them, the Zoom and what have you. But all of us need to pull together, not like one family, but like one large community. And with that, I'll put my notes down and just say thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to continue serving you for the next 2 years. Thank you. Okay, Council Member Luevanos. I don't think it's fair that us three get to talk and not ask.
I just want to congratulate you all on your election to office, and I look forward to collaborating and working with you and hoping that we can truly all work together for the betterment of everyone in this community.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
I just want to congratulate all three of you on your campaigns and for all the success going forward on the council.
Mike, we're having trouble hearing you. Are you able to speak a little bit closer to the mic or louder, maybe?
Sure. I just want to congratulate you on winning, and you ran great campaigns. I'm looking forward to the rest of the time on the, working with you guys on the dais.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3B1, appointment of Mayor Pro Tem, Vice Chair, President Pro Tem, and appointment of City Council board members to representations on boards, commissions, and committees. And I will be presenting this one as well. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, each year in December, the City Council considers the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem and reviews the City Council representation on local and regional boards, commissions, and committees. The listing of the existing boards, commissions, and committees has been provided to all council members for review, and each member is asked to specify which boards they have interest serving on or wish to continue serving on, and to provide input on any existing committee vacancies they may wish to fill. The complete list of appointments is shown as Attachment A to your staff report. It is recommended that the City Council boards of directors, boards of trustee consider the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem, Vice Chair, President Pro Tem positions, and review the assignments on the attached listing, make changes as desired, or fill vacancies as necessary. Department heads are available to answer any questions you may have specific to any boards, commissions, or committees. This concludes staff presentation.
Okay, we'll move forward with this item of the selection of the Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Dee Dee Kavanaugh for the office of Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, we have a nomination. It's a motion. Do we have a second? I will second the motion.
Mayor, can we have discussion, please?
Discussion,
Thank you. 1 year ago, we sat here And I listened to all 4 of you choose to be partisan, choose to disobey the rotation, choose to disobey the rules, choose to divide this community by bypassing the rules. And I had hoped that at some point you would grow to become professionals. I hope and would have faith that what you just stated, all 3 of you who were just reelected, to work as a team was genuine. It is expected during the 4-year term of an elected official that the rotation will occur so that they will be mayor pro tem at least once. My first year as an elected official, Councilwoman Kavanaugh was appointed as mayor pro tem, as was the rotation. Last year, it was supposed to be me per the rotation, per the staff recommendation in the staff report. But you chose Councilmember Judge instead. Councilwoman Litster stated 3 times in her statement that she thought I would do a good job. Councilwoman Litster stated that it would not be appropriate for a council member to be mayor pro tem in a year that they're running for office. I agree with that statement. I think it would be advantageous for someone to be mayor pro tem in a year in which they are running for office. Therefore, the only year, and since I am planning on running for office again in 2022, it would only be the only time that it would be appropriate for me to be appointed as mayor pro tem would be this year. I have served on several committees and boards of directors. I have never had any issues. Quite the contrary, I have been complimented by Supervisor Bob Huber and many other colleagues on the board that I have served, including VCOG, including conferences like SCAG, and many regional boards of directors like the Clean Power Alliance, like the Task Force on Homelessness, where I have been complimented on my leadership and my ability to address the issues of the community at hand. The issues that were brought up 2 years ago were with regard to the recall. The recall failed, despite 2 council members that attended Recall Ruth rallies, despite the fact that this is supposed to be a united, nonpartisan position, a united, nonpartisan city council that is supposed to work for the betterment of the entire community, regardless of what their political affiliation is. There was concern that I didn't have enough experience. Councilmember Kavanaugh stated that she thought we should make it a rule that it should be 2 years experience. I now have those 2 years of experience. You also stated concerns about the rules for the Code of Conduct. I have since reaffirmed and re-signed the Code of Conduct. Therefore, there is no reason for me not to be appointed right now during this rotation as mayor pro tem. I think it is only fair that we have representation of everyone in this community, and that includes the 25 to 35% Latinos and Latina women and women of minority women who live, work here in City Hall, throughout the city, and throughout the community. And denying me this position yet again would only serve to let our minority females know that they are not valued, they are not respected, despite their education, their background, and their experience. I am asking you to truly demonstrate that we are united as a city council in a time when we most need unity, when we most need professionalism, in a time during a pandemic, during power shutdowns, when working families are suffering, when we have people that are losing their lives to this pandemic. I am asking you to please be united, to be professional, and to do the right thing here, because you are sending a very strong message if you do not do this. There are also legal ramifications to doing this, because there's no other reason to not appoint me at this point in time. Again, the message is one that is not of unity, but of division. And those are my comments. At this point, Councilmember Kavanaugh has already served as mayor pro tem, like I stated 2 years ago. And the appropriate person for the rotation to be mayor pro tem would be myself at this point in time. I do not want it to come up next year that I cannot be appointed mayor pro tem because I am running for office. because that would be the excuse next year. So the only time that I could be appointed mayor pro tem would be right now. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Comments?
I realize that there is a motion on the floor, but I'll make my comments and then we can take the vote. I actually was going to say that I took issue with the statement in the report that we had dispensed with the rotation for the first time last year, because as I look at closely at the calendar from 2000 when the rotation began, if you look at page 2 where it shows the rotation, you will see that in 2008 and 2011, Councilmember Williamson served within 3 years. And so in my mind, at that time also there was, for whatever reason, a good justified reason why the rotation changed. I was actually intending to nominate Councilmember Luevanos as the position of Mayor Pro Tem. That had been my intention this evening. We'll see where the voting goes. Because I see value in continuing the rotation that we have, that was established in general. Last year, I felt it was interesting because I was the one that made the motion without any discussion. Councilmember Luevanos and I had only served maybe a year, and I thought there wasn't enough experience, and there were other things going on at the time. I thought we needed more experience, and so that was the rationale last year as I saw it. And the other thing too is that I recognize that the rotation should have gone to Keith, should have gone to you, I believe, had you continued to be on the city council. It would have been your turn, but instead you became mayor, and so there was even the argument that maybe as your replacement, the rotation should have gone to me, which I didn't think made sense. But anyway, so I just think there was not clarity with the rotation last year, so it was a unique experience. It was interesting that today, as I was getting my car worked on, I bumped into former council member Glenn Becerra, who told, and we just chatted briefly about this, and he said that he actually set it up in 2000, that he was the advocate at that time, just seeing it as just a natural way of progression, so that there wouldn't be arguing, that it would just be a rotational thing. So it was just an interesting discussion. Anyway, so my thought was I was going to nominate Councilmember Luevanos, who has more seniority than myself, to be the mayor pro tem this year, and I would hope that there'd be consideration for me next year. That was going to be my intention. So I just wanted to put that on the dais.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make some comments. 2 years, or last year, yes, I did say that I felt a minimum of 2 years would help you be a better mayor pro tem, and I still stick to that. But I also have concerns over having somebody represent us as the mayor pro tem who continues to call our community racist and who calls her fellow council members racist. I don't feel that that's acting united, and I don't feel that that's part of a team. When Councilmember Luevanos was first elected, I spent the first 6 months assisting her, reaching out, helping her. I had met you outside of office. I called you. I would help you on the dais. And then all of a sudden, something happened and things turned negative. I also don't feel that it's appropriate for a council member, every time they start a comment, they make negative comments about all your council members. We are trying to work as a team, and that does not facilitate teamwork or unity, at least in my opinion, it does not. I also think some of the comments made by your speakers in item number 2, that are areas that you have promoted and you have attended certain things, but you haven't attended other types of things. So I know we're all trying to represent the entire community, and I would ask that you do that in the future too, and not just certain areas. What else? I also had a hard time with a council member filing HR complaints against fellow council members without even ever addressing it with a council member, personally or professionally. And then all of those complaints were found to be not true. But we paid $50,000 to an outside representative to do that investigation. These are concerns of mine if we were to appoint Councilmember Luevanos as Mayor Pro Tem. I do not feel that her motions and her activities are always beneficial to the City Council as a whole. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Judge, do you have any comments?
No, Mr. Mayor, I do not.
Said no. Okay, my comments are, I think I would have to fall in line with Councilmember Kavanaugh. To be labeled a racist when you're sitting on the dais by a fellow council member, to be charged with the charges that were brought against me and the devastating effect that it had on my family, my community, and the fees, the amount of dollars it cost to investigate, and with none of them being found to be accurate, and then to turn on the social media and see a council member speaking in a different city, describing all the drawbacks of her city and how bad it is and how tough it is, and very much a racial discussion, and that I couldn't see anything positive about our city. In fact, I wondered, why do you want to be here? And so I looked at that, and then I hear I'm a racist if I don't know that I said this or not, but if any of us say that we don't want our city to be like San Fernando Valley. Well, I don't understand that as being racist. There's a lot of things in San Fernando Valley that I don't care for that have nothing to do with race, nothing whatsoever. And so I just think that the people here want someone that, I guess we'd say, loves the city and is always looking for ways to make it improve on it, but not someone that tears down the city and tears down the council. So looking at my constituency, I cannot vote for Councilmember Luevanos to be Mayor Pro Tem, because if something should happen to the mayor, that would be the first line of PR, if you will, or discussion with the city. And I think Dee Kavanaugh is better equipped to handle those issues. So,
Mayor,
everybody?
Mayor, may I respond
Sure.
to your comments and Councilmember Kavanaugh?
Yes.
If you want to dispel the perception that there's racism on this dais, then you have the opportunity to do that right here and right now. Because there's only 3 reasons why you would not appoint me Mayor Pro Tem. And that would be partisanship, which you claim not to be partisan, or it would be racism and misogyny because I'm female and Latina, or it would be retaliation. Those are the only 3 reasons. My record stands up. My dedication to the community stands up. I know that staff sees me here all the time, at events all the time, all kinds of events, Veterans Day events, children's events, online. I have made every effort and dedicated hundreds and thousands of hours to the job of being a city councilwoman and serving the public of the city of Simi Valley. In every aspect, I have dedicated my life to this job. So I will let you decide, but you have an opportunity here. This council has an opportunity to do the right thing, right here and right now.
Those aren't my reasons So they can be your reasons, but those are not my reasons.
There's no other
So
way to
you
construe
don't
those
put words
reasons.
in my mouth. I can speak for myself. And I basically am sticking with what I said is I don't think it's in the best interest of Simi Valley to have our mayor pro tem badmouth our city constantly, call us racist and call everybody else racist. This has nothing to do with race whatsoever. And it has to do with the actions that you've taken and the words that you've said. It has nothing to do with your race.
Can you please
So those are
specify
my
those
comments.
actions, like my support of Black Lives Matter, my support of the LGBTQ community, my support of the immigrants in our community, my support of Latinos, which make up a third of the city, my support of working families, my support of working families, working individuals. Is that what you're against?
I didn't
Because
say
that's what
any
I
of those
support.
words. Councilmember Luevanos, I've asked you multiple times to not say what I say. I am an adult. I can say my own words. I do not need you to interpret them whatsoever and do whatever you think they are. I flat out said I do not think a mayor pro tem should be somebody that says over and over, our community is a bunch of racists, my council members are a bunch of racists, and if you don't agree with me, then you're a racist. That's basically what you're saying tonight, and that's not true. I listed the things that I'm concerned about, and basically, a mayor pro tem should be representing the city at its best, not representing the city at its worst, which is what you do when you talk to other people, when you make comments and say our community is racist. We have 130,000 people here, and you called them all racist. You badmouth our city to another city.
Where exactly
What
did I
does that
state
have to do with it?
Where exactly did I state that, Councilmember Kavanaugh? Where exactly did I say that?
On the video, I've seen that video.
I'd like to know, I'd like to have evidence because
I've seen
been
the
impugned-
video.
My
Mayor,
character has
there
been
is
impugned
a,
multiple times.
motion
There
and
is a
second.
video.
Call for the vote, please.
Hold on.
I'm done arguing with her anyway. I've made my points, and if
Okay.
she doesn't agree, that's fine.
Okay. Who was that?
Councilmember Judge was trying to speak.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge, you had something to say?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's a motion and a second. I call for the vote.
That's fine. Okay, call for the vote.
Please vote yes for Judge.
The motion passes with council members Luevanos and Lister voting no.
You need to go through the committee assignments.
Yeah, where are they? Yeah, because I don't think I had.
Hold on. We need to go through the other committee assignments.
Okay, who wants to change their committees? Anybody? Or are we,
Yes, Mayor, I would, well, the Community Coalition United, I believe, no longer exists.
which one? Which one?
The Community Coalition United, has anyone stepped forward to bring that back? No.
No,
I would like, I looked at the committee assignments. Right now, Councilmember Lister is only on 6 committees. I am only on 7, one of which no longer exists because the Community Coalition United does not exist right now. Councilmember Judge is on 15 committees. Mayor Mashburn, you're on 14 committees, and Councilwoman Kavanaugh is on 12 committees. And I brought this issue up last year when we were doing reorganization because I thought it would be only fair and equitable to make sure that everyone gets experience in different areas. I would ask to be on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. And I would like to be on the Ventura County Transportation Commission.
Okay, I'm on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, and I am delighted to be there, to be honest with you.
Wasn't some of the concerns on how often the committees met and such like that? Because I know some of them either rarely meet, if ever. I don't have the exact list in them, but I understand trying to be fair and having equal division. I'm fine with that. But I know some of the comments at one time were, I know I sit on a couple of committees on the list that never meet or don't do anything.
Well, most of them that are marked as determined are, I think, is the Murphy Estate Property Agency still in this?
It will come back because the property that was owned by the Murphy Estate on Easy Street sold, so there will be money coming back and will be distributed. So that, but that has traditionally been the mayor as well as the chair of the Park District Board.
Okay.
That has been on that.
Okay.
The timing of it, Councilmember Kavanaugh, was that I stepped down from a couple of committees that I had been appointed to that I could not attend because I'm a teacher and I work full-time from 8 to 3. So I had stepped down from a couple committees and offered those positions to Councilwoman Letster so that she would have the opportunity to serve on those committees. So that was in terms of the timing of when the committees actually took place. That's why I had asked for not just a meeting date and time as well, because that determines as well. I know you work as well, Councilmember
Exactly,
Kavanaugh,
I understand completely.
whether or not we can meet those times. But I have a very strong passion for the Affordable Housing Committee and also for transportation. And since you are going to be Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Kavanaugh, there's also positions that you will automatically be appointed to as Mayor Pro Tem. And so I am just trying to make it equitable so that Councilwoman Litster and I have opportunities to serve on other committees. So I'm asking to serve on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee and on the Ventura County Transportation Commission.
Well, I'm still active on the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and I plan to stay there.
I have a suggestion. I'm looking through the list with the city manager right now. My suggestion is that we table this, we go through the list, find out what's active, and then what is needed but not necessarily active, and then give us an opportunity to look at all of the committees closer, and then do this at the next council meeting.
If I may make a suggestion, Mayor, previously when I was first elected 2 years ago, we were asked by the city manager, who was not Mr. Gabriel at the time, to make a list of what committees we would like to be on. And then we were given a list of, when they met and the frequency, and, we kind of made a wish list of which ones we would like to be on. And, that's how I was, put on committees. And I would like to kind of return to that process because this just, it seems like this is, and then we would have the foresight to be able to say, okay, yes, I can make that meeting, or no, I can't make that meeting. And then kind of be more equitable.
I agree, but you're okay with if we have him, staff, of course, everything falls on staff, but come up with a list and then we can review it and come back.
In January?
Yeah, not under fire, and do it then.
Yes.
Does that meet everybody's approval?
I can see wisdom in doing that for the reasons stated, sure,
Okay.
certainly.
I would just ask, Mayor, that we continue because there are some committees on here that will meet before we meet again in January, that we just continue who was on these committees until that point in
Is
time.
that something that you can send out to us, that we don't have to have a meeting? We can look at them and ask the questions regarding
Yeah. So in the interim, there is no expiration date on these committee assignments, so you can continue to serve on those. However, as the mayor pro tem would naturally go to be the vice chair of the Waterworks District and those things, but everything else can stand. We do have another list, if I remember correctly, of a little more descriptive of the committees and when they meet. More than happy to send that out to the council members. We can put this on the agenda for January 11th, and the council can have a deeper discussion on which one of the committees. The committees, most of the committees on here are, they need to have representation on them. How often they meet. Right now during COVID is a little sketchy, but I suspect it will get back to some form of normalcy sometime in 2021.
And the only thing, pardon, for Brown Act, just if you do give such a list to the city manager should not send them out to everybody.
No.
Rather aggregate that and sort of anonymize it a little bit so to avoid any Brown Act issues.
Right, and some of the things, aren't they just like liaisons also? Instead of some of the positions are liaisons instead of an actual position?
Yeah.
So,
Yes, yeah, I mean, for instance, we have a liaison with the
like, I think I'm the park
district.
board, yeah, I'm the park district
Yeah, I mean,
liaison, so.
Yeah, so we have a hard enough time getting, it's tough getting 10 elected officials into one room.
In my 4 years, we've done it once.
Yeah, so that's why we have the liaisons and you have those smaller committees. But we'll have that discussion. We can bring it back on January 11th and we'll send it out. If you'd like to send back your preferences that we can then delineate to the entire council in a staff report so it's all public, we can certainly do that and we'll respond to me only and not a reply all, as it were. So.
Okay, so we'll table this.
Yep.
Table, okay. Okay, now it's public hearings, of which there are none.
3B2.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3B2, appointment to the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee, and Julia Ramirez is also here for this presentation.
Good evening again. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, the 5-member Block Grant Advisory Committee was established by the City Council in 2006. Members are appointed to provide funding recommendations on annual block grant applications. A committee member is completing his term on December 31st. To fill this vacancy, the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce nominates Mr. Harry Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke is not in attendance this evening due to the situation we are experiencing. However, I think he's watching. Mr. Van Dyke has been a resident of Simi Valley since 1977. His volunteer service in the community includes work with the Free Clinic of Simi Valley, Kiwanis of Santa Susana, the Boys and Girls Club of Moore Park and Simi Valley, the Rotary of Simi Sunrise, the Simi Valley Education Foundation, and the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce. It is recommended that the City Council approve and the mayor appoint this nominee to the Block Grant Advisory Committee for his respective term.
Any comments or questions of staff?
I was just going to make a comment, not questions first.
Mayor, I have a question.
Sure.
I'm very grateful that Mr. Van Dyke has been so involved in our community and has volunteered so many years to so many organizations. But I'm also concerned because the list of organizations here are many of the organizations that apply for grants. So do we have a procedure in the CDBG advisory committee so that people who are serving or have, past service to those organizations, like let's say the Kiwanis of Santa Susana applied for a grant, and he's on the board or a former board member and knows all the board members, like, would he still be able to vote on that? I'm concerned about conflict of interest.
Yeah, so in the past, what it's always been is the integrity of the individual we choose, and if they can't make a judgment without being prejudiced by their other experiences, they're asked to remove themselves. And so far, as what I've witnessed, everybody's been able to do that. They either can say, hey, this has no bearing just because I used to be a member of the Kiwanis, or I still am. If they can do it, then without any prejudice, then they stay on. And we leave it up to their integrity to say, you know what, I have to recuse myself from this.
So
Mr. Mayor, if I could add that since they are a city committee, they can seek, if they have actual potential conflicts, just like a member of the council or the planning commission, they can seek that advice, and my office will provide that. So if they are still part of an organization and they want to seek advice, we will give it, and they would have to recuse themselves in certain circumstances. For past, in general, after some time, it no longer is a legal conflict. It may be something where the person says, I don't believe I can be objective, and they may recuse themselves notwithstanding that. But we can give that same advice to them as we do to the council and to the planning commission,
And I will,
if they need it, if they wish it.
I will note that they are required to sign the code of ethics as a committee member, and this committee is only making a recommendation to the city council. They are not the final distribution of these funds. So that they are only recommending to the council who should receive CDBG money, then the council makes the final decision.
Okay, so the fact that, so if they are, like he is currently, I know a lot of these are passed, but the one that says right now, he is a current chairman of the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, current board member, I'm sorry, current board member of the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce. So if the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce asked for a block grant, then he would still be able to vote on that as a sitting board member of the Chamber of Commerce?
I would think he would have to disqualify, he would have to abstain from that discussion, since he is, if the Chamber of Commerce is asking for money and he is on the board to decide whether they should get money, then he should disqualify himself from that discussion.
And I'm not trying to pick on Mr. Van Dyke.
Sure.
I don't know him personally.
It would apply to anyone in that
just,
position.
Yes, I'm applying this just in general. Can we codify that? Can we write that somewhere so that, you know, they're aware that if you're currently on the board, you know, on the board of directors, you cannot vote on a grant that benefits the board that you're sitting on?
We can bring something back for the council to take a look at, yes.
Okay, I would greatly appreciate that.
Sure.
Along
Plus-
with our code of ethics.
Right. And he's just one of a
One
committee.
of five.
So,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
yeah, okay. But that's a good point, so. Because a lot of people on the chamber board are involved in other things, so, and they always have an appointment to this committee.
If
So
it's a
they can
past, that, you know,
Yeah.
obviously
Yeah.
he's been on so many boards, but if they're a current board member, that just seems like a direct conflict of interest to say.
I can understand
I'm
that.
gonna vote
If
to
I
give
can just
myself
say, there may
money.
be innumerable questions someone could have, just like a planning commissioner, just like a council member, and we can help them with those. But it's not really possible to outline all the possible conflicts that could occur if someone's spouse
So-
is part of an organization. But that's the same for every committee and commission of the city. And those laws apply. And some things that, you know, you cannot vote on if you have a conflict. So we can help, you know, for that.
So that should be part of the package when somebody is put on the committee like that, is to go ahead and receive that in their package with instruction to also, when in doubt, call the city attorney's office.
And to make them aware of what that conflict would be. So, but if they're applying for the position on the committee, they need to be aware that if they have a conflict, they would need to step aside.
And I just want to add that all that information is provided to them at the time of their nomination from their respective agency. When we do the orientation, city attorney or a representative from the city attorney's office goes over all of that with them.
Good, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Julia.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm just
Julia.
requesting
Why didn't
for it
we
to be
ask you when
codified.
we were supposed to?
It's okay.
I'm just requesting it to be codified, because sometimes it's like it's suggested versus no, you have to step down. And so I would just like it to be clear. I don't want there to be any misconceptions about what is or what isn't your duty, because we want transparency and accountability.
We'll bring something back documenting what Julia said is in the packet already, as well as to solidify it with the council.
But that doesn't preclude us from moving forward.
No, not at all.
I was just going to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. I know Harry Van Dyke personally, you know, from being involved in the community, and I think he's an excellent choice by the chamber. Him and his wife both have supported I don't know how many nonprofits throughout the community. They're constantly involved. He is a CPA, which is always a good thing, you know, an expert with the numbers. But I just feel his knowledge of our community, his community service, and his professional expertise, they'll be an asset to the city and to this committee. That's all. Hi, Harry. I'm waving at him.
Thank you.
And I was just going to say thank you for being willing to serve. Appreciate, Harry, your commitment and willingness.
And that's it. I agree with Councilmember Kavanaugh. I know Harry, not quite well, but I've known him for a long time, and he's involved in an awful lot, and he's a very sharp, smart man, and I think he'd be great for that committee. So I look forward to seeing him.
May I make the motion?
Yes.
I move that we approve and the mayor appoint Harry Van Dyke to the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee for a term commencing on January 1, 2021 and expiring on December 31st, 2023.
And I'll second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
Did Mike hear you or no?
Councilmember Judge?
Having trouble unmuting. I vote yes.
Okay. And just for the record, I'll appoint as mayor at the direction of the council.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, where are we now?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, there are no items this evening under informational reports. There are no items under public hearings this evening either. Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 5, public statements. This is the time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the clerk this evening. All persons who registered by 3:30 p.m. will be called on during the public statements item for a period of no more than 3 minutes each person. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any comments, we can begin the Zoom public statements.
No comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first person on public statements is Aaliyah Ewing. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. So I understand that the City Council doesn't have any authority over SoCal Edison. However, you do have a responsibility to the people of Simi Valley. Starting almost 4 weeks ago, hundreds of people went without power for extended periods of time. Some of them went days without power. This cost people tons of money, not only in lost wages, but also in grocery money. It endangered the people who rely on their electricity for their medical devices and messed with the education of students in the midst of finals week. What I would like to know is why didn't Simi send out city workers to monitor the streetlights that went off? Now that the sun sets at 5 p.m., it is getting much darker, much earlier, and when the power goes out on the street and the intersection, people have been plowing through them, causing accidents. It is dangerous for everyone, and the city needs to send workers out to protect intersections. They also need to add reflective tape around every street light so at least people know there's a place where the light is supposed to be. You also need to put up temporary stop signs that are reflective. People are getting hurt, and you have a responsibility to protect them. Something else I would also like to say is I am really disappointed in your choice for Mayor Pro Tem, considering that Mayor Mashburn said at the last meeting a year ago that he chooses all of his decisions based off the response of the people, and that even if they disagree with him, he is just simply a voice for the people that spoke. Well, you heard every single person that spoke on agenda item 2A said that they were in favor of Ruth Lebanos, and instead you went with your own personal bias and chose Dee Dee Kavanaugh instead. So I'm really sad about that, and thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Alberon, please unmute yourself.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, so my name is Rebecca. I declined to state place of residence. I had originally planned to speak about something else, but given the most recent decision to name Dee Dee Kavanaugh as Mayor Pro Tem, I feel compelled to speak on this, and frankly disgusted by the continuous actions of this council that have systemically put in place various rules, changing of the rules in order to shut down the only person of color who sits on the dais and speaks for the community. I don't believe that a white person like Dee Dee Kavanaugh has the right to say that there is no racism in Simi Valley, that, that the people of color's experiences are not valid just because, she wants to be a mean girl on the dais and act like Regina George every time she has to make a decision that involves Ruth Lebanos. I think it's frankly disgusting. I don't think that any council member should be acting that way. I hope that this continues to open the eyes of those that are getting involved to see the type of antics that City Council has played time and time again. There's been a continuous silencing of people of color. There has been SB 54, and I say that all of this didn't start with SB 54. There has been a legacy of this type of discrimination and racism that has happened. I want to highlight the fact that we had a councilwoman who was recently elected who moved into District 3 so she could run for a position in a majority minority for Latinos after the city was faced with a lawsuit to make sure that the Latino individuals, the Latino population in Simi Valley had representation. So I think that this is not necessarily to speak to the council, but to speak to the individuals who are listening in and who are frankly disgusted by the consistent actions of this council. Like I said, it's important that we highlight the constant change in rules that have been applied to the councilwoman Lou Evanos, a person of color, the first Latina elected to council. And, it's frankly disgusting. There's so many things that they say that we're not listening, but we are listening. We're listening very closely. I think that we messed up in these past elections, and it's going to be a long 4 years.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Perry?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Robert Perry, and I'm a resident of Simi Valley. I'm here this evening to urge the City Council to adopt 100% renewable energy as the default rate option with Clean Power Alliance. The deadline for cities to elect a default rate option is February 1st, 2021. So I urge the council to adopt the 100% renewable energy default rate as soon as possible. Setting the default rate at 100% renewable creates a pathway to drastically cut pollution while also increasing local energy independence and resilience. Research also shows that setting the default at 100% results in a much higher level of participation than if set at a lower tier, and industry studies reveal that the public overwhelmingly supports investment in renewable energy and is willing to pay more for it. Finally, the default option is not a rate hike or a mandate, and customers always have the freedom and ability to choose another plan according to their own priorities. Simi Valley is not alone in making this historic decision. Unincorporated Ventura County and the cities of Ventura, Oxnard, Ojai, and Thousand Oaks have all elected the 100% renewable energy default rate, and there is political readiness and support across party lines. Customers want cleaner energy, and low-income customers can also participate at no additional cost. Developing local energy in anticipation of planned and unplanned power outages offers energy security, equity, and multiple economic benefits in the form of outside investment, good-paying jobs, and taxable revenue. Choosing 100% renewable opens revenue streams for local energy. As part of my written comment, I submitted a presentation regarding energy opportunities available to Simi Valley. And as you will see in reviewing these slides, there is an incredible opportunity to build energy resources in Simi Valley where they are needed most. The Clean Power Alliance is currently moving forward with over 1,200 megawatts of new renewable projects and 686 megawatts of new battery storage. These projects will create more than 2,500 construction jobs and over $1 billion in investment. By choosing 100% renewable, Simi Valley will send a strong signal regarding its commitment to actively participate in these programs. The decisions we make today will determine our energy future. Simi Valley has an incredible opportunity to join the rest of Ventura County and help lead the way to a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration of this important issue. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes all members of the public that is registered to speak under agenda item 5.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the council members? Yes, Councilmember Litster.
Thank you. first of all, I wanted to thank the staff for arranging it so that we could actually have this through Zoom and hear people speak and get their comments audibly. That it is a positive. I think that we can hear and feel the passion, but specifically get their comments live. So I just want to thank you for going to that extra work and appreciate it going forward. With regards to Aaliyah Ewing's comment about the SCE, I know there's going to be more conversation about what's gone on with the PSPS situation. In 9B, I had intended to discuss immediately talking about striping at least going around the stoplights so that there is recognition when someone gets to an intersection that is dark, similar to maybe what Caltrans has done with the areas right off of the freeway. But I do think it is something that we are all very concerned about and needs more discussion and what we can do. And I think the mayor alluded to that also earlier in his commentary after his election earlier this evening. With regards to Mr. Perry, your comments, I'm sure we will be looking very closely at our options. Serving on the SCAG's Energy and Environment Committee, I'm very aware of discussions and my concerns, of course, is that whatever choice we make, that we are making sure that we have full power for our city. I'm concerned about brownouts that can sometimes be caused by various things, including alternate power supply sources, but that's a whole other discussion. But so we'll look forward to reviewing your material. And those are my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just would like to make a comment. One of the speakers misquoted me, and I just wanted to clarify that. The speaker said that I stated we do not have racism in Simi Valley. That is not what I said. I know we have racism in Simi Valley. Racism exists everywhere. I've stood up for racism at times when faced with it for a friend or a coworker. So I do understand it does exist, but that was not my statement, and I don't like to be misquoted. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, with regard to the renewable energy that Mr. Perry stated, I had asked previously for that, but I'll bring it back again when we get to 9B. So I will, since the public is asking for it, as I had asked for it, I will ask again when I do my report on Clean Power Lines. There's now funding available for low income. And just like Councilmember Kavanaugh, I do not like to be misimpugned with things that I did not say. And I did not say that the entire city is racist. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no comments.
That's it for comments, huh? Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar, and there are 5 resolutions for consideration. Item number 14, resolution number 2020-54, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley authorizing the execution and filing of a claim, State Transportation Act funds and State of Good Repair funds with the Ventura County Transportation Commission for allocation of Transportation Development Act funds for fiscal year 2020-21. And item number 15, resolution number 2020-55, a resolution of the City Council of Simi Valley reviewing the performance of the solid waste and recycling service franchisee and regulatory approval of the 2021 solid waste and recycling service fee schedule. Item number 17, resolution number 2020-56, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley accepting the final map subdivision improvement agreement and approving securities for the construction of public improvements for track number 5965 located between the eastern terminus of Presidio Drive and Denton Avenue. Item number 18, resolution number 2020-57, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing the City Council meeting schedule for the calendar year 2021, and item number 19, resolution number WWD-280, adoption of a resolution approving a quitclaim deed relinquishing a district easement for the purposes of access and maintenance to an existing water well located at 2250 Ward Avenue, APN 630-0-141-55.
Okay. Is that it, City Clerk?
Yes, that is it, Mayor.
Okay. We agreed we'll pull 13 until the end.
Okay.
And so, anybody have questions on the rest?
I have questions on items 3, 4, and 7.
3, 4, and 7. Okay. Councilmember Love.
Mayor, respectfully, I have questions on items 5, 6, 16, and 18.
5, 6, 16, and 18?
Yes, and we agreed we would pull item 13.
Wait a minute, there is no 18, is there?
Yes, there's 19 items on the
Oh,
consent
okay, wait a
calendar.
minute, I was counting wrong.
And I understand that this is a long consent calendar because we did not meet last week due to the power outage, so.
Correct. Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's go ahead and start with 3.
Thank you. My question really is just a quick question trying to understand the differentiation between items 2 and 3. And I'm sure Mr. Tony maybe can answer my quick question. I noticed that the difference in total investment holdings between the 2 months, and normally, this is unusual, normally we have just one report at a time, so I confess it was interesting for me to compare the 2 months together, and it may well be that I just have never done the comparison before, and this maybe is a normal fluctuation, but I'd love you to speak to it if you could. I noticed that the total investment holdings in October were $148,314,797 versus November's holdings, which is $142,747,821. Basically, there's a differentiation of $5.5 million, $5,566,976 in the investment holdings between the 2 months, which to me seems pretty sizable. And I was trying to understand. I didn't see the huge market fluctuation. What is accountable for that difference in, if you can, in total investment holdings?
Most of it is just usage of money. That during that month we had more bills, more things to pay, because this is usually, for lack of a better term, where money is parked.
Sure, I understand that.
You can see a lot of it is in, if you compare the investment portfolio. The colored little pretty charts.
It's in the
most of that is in LAIF,
yeah.
Which is our short-term investment money, and it's really just a function of needing the money at different periods of time. Anything else to add, Joe?
Our holdings don't change. So if corporate bonds come up for due, then we'll shift those funds to a new corporate
Sure.
bond. So it's not like our value in our accounts have dropped significantly. Usually it is the LAIF, which is a temporary holding, the local agency investment fund.
Okay, and so is it typical? So that's typical then to have that kind of a
Yes.
up and down.
Yeah, especially, and I think in that month it was a 3-paycheck month, so we had extra money going out on a paycheck. So that's going to make
That would sure affect
a difference too.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 4.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a question on page 2 of the report. This is for the bond that was issued for the Simi Valley Town Center. And I'm not sure if this is an early report or a late report. In the bullet point, the first bullet point on page 2, it says pursuant to the provisions of the continuing disclosure agreement, is required to provide an annual report no later than March 1st of each year in compliance with section 53359.5 of the government code. But then on the second one, it says that we got on the second bullet point, it says an annual administration record for fiscal year was provided on May 28th, 2020. So are we supposed to be getting it in January 14th of 2021? Is it early? Is it late? Was it because of the pandemic? I'm just trying to figure out what the timing of it is and just trying to understand why it was filed when.
Sure, Mayor and Councilmember Luevanos, those are 4 different reports. So this is just the annual summary of that. So those were provided during this year. And if you look at prior years' reports of this summary, you'll see the same thing. A report from 2019, 2018.
And has there been any impact due to change of ownership with the town center?
Not for the bond. The bond's a set rate that has to be paid.
Okay.
They would assume the bond liability. The owner assumes it.
No, I just want to know if there was an impact due to COVID or change of ownership or any of those things. Okay.
I'm sure they wish they had more revenue, but other than that, no.
Okay, thank you.
So my question dealt with page 5 where you have the itemization. There appears to be a $700,000 reserve account. My curiosity is what its purpose that reserve account is for. Is that for loan repayment, for instance, if taxes fall short, or is it for other capital improvements, repairs? Which is it?
It is usually the last payment. It is whenever you set up one of these, well, really any bond, you're gonna set up a reserve account that will be the last payment that is estimated on the bonds. So, you know, if, for lack of a better term, if you had a mortgage, you'd pay your last payment at the beginning, so you wouldn't have a last payment on the 30th or 360th month.
Okay.
So that's what the reserve account is.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, number 5. I think that was you, Ruth, had a
Yes, that
question
was
on
me.
5.
I just want to see if Councilmember Litzner had questions as well. She kind of looked at me that way.
I have a comment on that one, but go ahead with your question.
Okay. My question is, these are fees that are imposed on development projects that impact the facility requirements of the community. The use of these fees, the construction of system facilities related to police protection is reasonable, including the traffic impact fund. And so I'm wondering, can we use any of these funds? And again, I'm looking at page 3 of the report where it says planned future projects includes routine and preventative traffic signal equipment and lighting repairs, and $70,000 towards police protection related to the city growth as allowed per ordinance 630. And so I have in here big bold letters, traffic, because of what we're experiencing right now with PS events, which we've had 20 in the past year. I counted. Those are just the ones I've been personally. There's people that have had more than that, but can we use some of this funding for the preventative traffic signal equipment? I know that I believe it was you, Mayor Mashburn, that mentioned putting reflective tape around all of the traffic lights in the city so that people at least see it. And in terms of preventative routine traffic signal equipment and lighting repairs and police protection, if we can't put stop signs, or if we don't have enough people power to put police officers at every intersection, can't we at least have police officers sitting there so that when people blow through those intersections, and they know that they're there because they live here, that at least they get a ticket so that people are like, hey, don't blow through intersections, I just got a ticket. Can we use the funding for that? That's my question.
Probably, we could probably make the argument that we could. Technically, these funds are really related to new development and traffic impacts as a result of those developments. We could probably draw the line to get there. Honestly, and we can discuss it later, we do have some solutions that we're working on for the dark intersections that I don't see funding being a problem for.
Because as we get, I have noticed, and I have kept track, that not on all of our new developments that we have approved have they undergrounded the wires. On some of them, yes. But on others, they have not agreed, developers have not agreed to underground the wires. Therefore, they will be impacted by the wind events that we have, and that will be increased traffic in that area without wires that are being placed underground by the developers. And so that's what I believe this funding is intended to do, and specifically because you mentioned in the budget traffic and routine and preventative traffic signal and police protection. That's part of it. And I also want to know about police protection, not just the traffic-related instances, but I know that I have texted you and the police chief about making sure that our businesses are protected, because we have dark areas of the city where, there's a notice that goes out to everyone. Sometimes it says, there will be no power in this area. Right. And then businesses and individuals are concerned about whether or not they're protected, because you may have a security camera, but if there's no electricity, there's no Wi-Fi, and so there's no one that's watching your business or your home, unless you have a generator, which not everyone can afford. So I want to make sure that some of this funding goes towards that, and that's my question.
So we regularly, and I believe the chief will concur, that we we ramp up our patrols in those dark areas, knowing that there is a problem with potential burglaries that could happen in residential as well as commercial areas, as well as being in the intersections. These funds are available and are part of the overall budget discussion. As I said, I think we're working with the Public Works Director about some solutions on the lighting, including we've been looking into changing the, I forget what you call them, Ron, the backing plates on the traffic signals that the Caltrans is using. So we're getting cost estimates on those, as well as some other things. If we need to use these funds, we can probably draw the conclusion to be able to do so. Okay. But we're not letting, at this time, funding getting in our way of trying to find the solutions.
Okay. No, I'm just
for your
putting it in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two things. One, you said that people know that the intersection's there. But you know what? I've been at some of the intersections, the ones that are completely dark, and they probably did know. I knew. But when you see them go through, it's not like they're numb to it. They don't realize. And I was sitting at Sequoia in LA at almost a dead stop because it was dark, no lights. And somebody went by me like in the next lane over going about 50 right through the intersection. So.
Well, and again, that's my concern, because as we get new developments and the population shifts, there's people that are moving out and downsizing,
and
new people are moving in.
Let me just throw in that because of the nature of it, if we go too much into traffic, it'll be beyond the scope of this particular item.
No, I just wanted to correlate how the development is impacted and how we can justify using this money.
Yeah, there's a justify. We'll find that path.
Thank you.
No doubt.
And we're going to find it before the next PSPS, right?
Oh, please.
That's a tall order.
It's supposed to be today.
We are putting stoplights. We are putting stop signs out. We are putting stop signs out.
Okay, that was number 5. Now we're at number 6. I think that was you also,
yes.
Ruth.
This is with regard to, oh my goodness, I have so many questions on this one. Who's coming forward? I want to make sure I give you time to come up here.
The mic's better there.
Tell me when you're ready, Julie. Julia, when you're ready?
Ready.
So I'm looking at the report, and it said that we assisted 13, page 2 of the report says that we assisted 13 low-income homeowners with safety, energy improvements, and repairs. I assume that's all the money that we had, or was that how many people applied?
I'm sorry, where are you reading this?
I'm looking at page 2 of the report. It's the 3rd paragraph.
Oh, the report, okay.
And it's the last sentence. It says the city assisted 13 low-income homeowners with safety, energy improvements, and repairs to their homes through the city's home rehab program. But I wanted to know why so few people. Was it that we didn't have enough money, or we didn't have enough applicants?
Applicants.
So people didn't know about it?
No, well, we're pushing the information out as much as we can. We don't get a lot of applicants. The amount of, strangely enough, and jump in please, the amount of applicants that we have for home rehab has dwindled as much as we try to get the information out there. But that is a function of the number of applicants.
That is correct. We are constantly doing outreach and promoting the program.
I highly recommend for this, especially for this generation, that we work with I know we have a graphics department, and they've been doing some phenomenal stuff, but getting the graphics out there, especially for our second language learners, our Spanish speakers, and our Tagalog speakers, and our Arabic speakers, to work with that department so that we can get some infographics out there with regard to these programs, because sometimes the website is very cumbersome and it's very hard to find unless you know exactly what to look for. And I have referred people, because I know that, Brian, you had done a press release about it, or I had asked you about it. But if we had it in a visual way and we put it out there, push it out on Twitter and Instagram and the other social media platforms, I think that might be a better way to get the word out there, because I know we have all of our developers talk about how our homes are aging. And so I want to make sure that we keep them, keep everyone safe. So that was one of my questions.
Okay.
On page 5 of the report, it talks about, and this goes back to my concern about reaching out to all the populations and making sure that it's accessible in multiple languages. I saw that of the people that were assisted, only there were a total of 209 people that were assisted, and 190 were white, 10 were black or African American, only 20 were Hispanic, and only 10 were, black or African American. And I'm wondering if language would be a reason why this percentage is so low. Do we put that information out there in Spanish, or again in a visual way that is more accessible to our residents? And do we maybe need to hire someone to translate things to Spanish, or why is that number so low?
Language has never been expressed as a problem. This refers to the intakes that were done by the agencies. So, for example, we service for fair housing. We have a contract with the Housing Rights Center, but that the breakdown of race and ethnicity is not collected. Also, with our Public Works Department, when we serve the areas, it's a census tract area, so the race and ethnicity is not collected. This is merely on the public service, and it is how they self-identify. So they have an intake form, and the applicant themselves, the beneficiary, will list how they consider themselves to be.
I'm wondering as well if on that survey it's misconstrued, what the language is on that survey. I know it'll say, your ethnicity versus race are often confused, and they are two very different things. Personally, we're all part of the human race, if you ask me. I say that constantly. But they'll say if you are Hispanic, you have to identify as white, but you can't identify as, black Hispanic. And there are, black Latinos. There, I have, many friends and students that are black Latinos. So if it's an either or, like you can only be one or the other, there might be people that identify as white, but they're really Latinos. Does that make sense? So I'd be curious to see how the survey is on there. So maybe that's something that we can look at in the future, so that we make sure we really capture everyone.
Is it a federal form that we're using?
It's the HUD guidelines that we have
it's
to
the federal
follow.
form. That's what I thought.
We don't make this up. Yeah.
My next question is on page 7. It says the program, this is the last paragraph, the program received during fiscal year 2019-20 consistently primary of loan proceeds, and that loan and sale proceeds received totaled $888,000. And these were developer loans. $241,000 of that was developer loans. Were these for low income homes or nonprofit, or?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to.
Yeah, would you just say your question all over again?
Page 7, okay. Page 7, last paragraph, before the bullet points. It says program income received consisted primarily of loan proceeds. Loan and sale proceeds received totaled $888,000. This is from loan payoffs. And then I see underneath that says housing successor agency developer loans. Are these nonprofit developers?
They may not have been. They may have been. The former redevelopment agency would routinely make loans on affordable housing projects, and when the loan came due, we receive, or as they make payments on it, we receive money through that. So it could be nonprofit, it could be for profit as well.
Okay. And on page 8 of the report, it says that the city had $1,063,061 available in home funds, $6,949,595 in local funds, $4,846,121 in HSA funds, and $149,952 in Cal Home funds. Do we still have any of those funds? Can we use any of those funds to prevent any of our residents from not being evicted? Any tenants from not being evicted?
Well, right now we have Julia's been working on the CDBG program for eviction protection. So we have that program now. Among the, I would say of the 6.9 million on local funds, some of that is the Housing Successor Agency funds, some of it is, or former redevelopment funds, some of it is our local housing funds. We certainly could potentially use some of that local housing fund money for renter protection, but it would have to be for, we'd have to go through the application process for low income, verify low income, but we certainly might be able to do that.
Because I see throughout this report that one of the purposes is not just low-income housing, but also to prevent homelessness. And we have a lot of people that are looking for help from the federal government. It looks like it's not going to come, from what I see anyways. And so I'm wondering if this is a way that we can help our tenants, not just with helping them with the rent, but also just informing them of their rights, like what their rights are as tenants. Because if there is a moratorium on eviction, not every tenant understands exactly what that means or what that entails. And as far as I know, and I have a lot of friends that do, tenant protection, we don't have a nonprofit tenant protection entity here in the city of Simi Valley. Or do we?
No, we have the Fair Housing
Housing Rights Center.
So, if we can connect people with those, because I know people have been evicted unlawfully, but they just did not know what their rights were. So however it is that we can help prevent more homelessness in our community, I would like to see that. On page 9, I was a little upset that I saw that there was no one-year goal for number of homeless households to be provided affordable housing units, or number of non-homeless households to be provided affordable housing units. There was no goal for that. No goal and no actual. And as a member of the Task Force for Homelessness, I hope that that's our goal in the future, is to have some housing, because that's what we need to do, is transition our homeless to housing, to what they need to have. And I know we have had some low income, so I don't know if maybe for the future, because we have some low income and very low income housing now, maybe we can put that in there.
I don't know if this is because of the continuum of care?
Well, in the spring, we bring the action plan of what we're going to do. So this is what we did in 1920. This is what this report is reporting on.
No, I know. So I know this is what happened. Right. But I'm saying for the future, like, I would like to see a goal of at least, hey, we want to help 10 people not be homeless. Like, in the spring when that goal is set, we should have at least a goal of getting, I don't care if it's 5 people, 10 people, a certain number of people should be a goal of preventing them from being homeless, or for getting them housing in the city of Simi Valley. I know we have regional housing that's offered by our nonprofits. I know that, Oxnard has offered veteran housing, things like that, but there are people that are homeless in Simi Valley because this is their home, and this is where they choose to be, and they don't want to go to Newberry Park, and they don't want to go to Oxnard. They want to be here. This is where their family is, this is where their home is, this is their community, right. And they don't want to go. So I'd like to see that in the future.
Take a look at that.
In the reports.
Sure.
On page 12, I see that it talks about, on the second to last paragraph, the city helps to support local service providers that directly assist residents who are homeless or those at risk of becoming homeless. And I want to make sure that we continue to support, and I know this is something Councilmember Kavanaugh and I have agreed on, is to continue to support our local service provider, which here in Simi Valley, it's the Samaritan Center. Mm-hmm. And make sure that we provide support for our local nonprofit that work specifically with our homeless entities. And it's not just the Samaritan Center. We have a lot of local churches that have been helping and stepping up, but I just want to make sure that we continue to be beholden to our local nonprofits.
Yes.
My last question, and I'm sorry to ask so many questions on this, but this is really important. On page 18 of the report, it talks about actions taken to reduce the number of poverty-level families and the percentage of jobs from entry. It talks about increasing the percentage of jobs from entry level to executive level. And I know that later on in the agenda, we're going to talk about the Bank of America, former Bank of America unit, and that we have Amazon that is moving into that facility. And those are not most of those jobs, including not just Amazon, but our senior care facilities, most of those jobs the developers have stated, they're not high-paying jobs. They're minimum wage-paying jobs, $13 to $15 an hour. And so as such, we need to keep that in mind. When, if we want to reduce the number of poverty-level families, then we need to provide affordable housing. So and to look for those executive level jobs. You know, I don't want to hear when a developer comes in here, well, we're going to provide 200 jobs, but 199 of them are minimum wage and one executive level. Because we want people to have opportunities, economic opportunities in this city as well. And the way that we take action to reduce the number of poverty level families is to attract jobs that don't just pay minimum wage, but that pay living wages, that pay wages that our residents can afford to live on. And so that's what I would like for us to keep in mind. I know it mentions Amazon here, providing 500 jobs in the community, but most of those jobs are, as stated by themselves, are minimum wage paying jobs, and they are not jobs that people can afford on one job to pay rent in the city. So we need to ask for more of those executive, higher level paying jobs in the city so that people can afford to live here. Is that possible?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And those are my questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering all my questions. I appreciate it.
Number 7, Maddie Ann.
Yeah, that's number 7. We're next.
Who had 7?
I did. Let me get back there. I was going to ask something on the other, but that's totally fine.
You know what? Let's take a break. Thank you. We'll take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we up, Lucy? Okay. Council, I will note, I had forgot to mention under agenda review, you have at your place a couple of replacement pages for consent 7 on the Madiac list, so I.
Okay, I think it was 7 years ago.
It was. Let me just look at these replacement pages, but, you want me to go first? I have questions too.
On 7?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, yeah, go ahead.
They're quick ones. Just on the staff report, well, the one that was on Granicus anyways. I haven't seen this one yet, the hard copy you just gave us. But just to remove SEAC, since it's not going to exist anymore, right, SEAC?
Is this as of?
This is they're still,
oh, they still have one more filing, right?
Yes.
January,
February 2021. Yes.
Okay, but after that, then
they go away.
Then they go. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, you could just change the terms of appointment, I guess, since it's going to go away after that. And then for planning commissioner, my planning commissioner, in case you did not hear, John Castleberry just left for another opportunity, and so I will be appointing a new one in January.
Okay,
So I
I'm
just
going to
wanted to
have a
note that.
question about that. And my question's going to be,
You want to wait till 9B?
yeah, it'll probably wait till 9B, but.
Okay. Unless it relates to the Madiac.
Well, nothing relates to that.
Okay.
I wish Ruth brought it up, so I thought it'd be a good time.
Okay.
We've gone to districts, on neighborhood councils, city councils. Why would we not go to districts on planning commissioners? In other words, whoever has a planning commissioner, they nominate that planning commissioner from their district, not at large, because you could end up with all planning commissioners from one particular area in the city, at the way it is now. And because we've gone to districts, I would think that we want to adhere to that process.
Well, I have two responses to that, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
The first one is, even though we are 2 council members currently have just been elected by districts, we still have 2 council members that are not, that were elected at large. So that's the first argument. The second one is that even when we all go to districts, even in 2 years when all the council members are elected by districts, we still represent the entire city. And so, you know, I wouldn't want to limit council members to choose people that are within their districts for that reasoning, because there are developments that impact the entire city, like the town center, like Tapa Alamo, like, you know, there's like the B of A. So that would be another reasoning to not limit it to districts. And then the last reason, which I think is the most important, is I would like for us to have the ability to choose people based on relevant experience and background. So, you know, I don't know, as much time as I dedicate to this job, and I love doing this job, and I dedicate a lot of hours to doing this job, and without having any personal staff to help me find someone that is appropriately, has the appropriate background and experience to do the job of planning commissioner, and I do believe it takes some degree of background and technical knowledge of land use law. I wouldn't want to limit someone to saying you have to find someone within your district.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I also think that we're not affording our general public the same opportunity. They have to choose a council member from the district they live in. They can't go out and find that one that they think is more qualified or experienced or educational or anything like that. And it's kind of like what's good for one's good for everybody. If districts are good for the council, they certainly should be good for the planning commission, which is only an advisory group. And you could very quickly have what you're trying to avoid by having districts, you could have take place with the planning commission. And so it backfires on us in that we suddenly, what we were trying to avoid, we're authorizing by not having planning commissions based on districts. And that's my argument towards it is you know, and the council obviously reports or supports the entire city, and so does the Planning Commission. So that's kind of a difficult argument because either, regardless of where they come from, they're supposed to represent the entire city.
Right.
But we have decided that districts are a better way to go, so let's go with the districts.
I guess I have to side with city manager. At some point, the Maddie Act just says you're supposed to bless what's on the page, and if you,
Okay, well, I'll get another opportunity at 9B, and Ruth, we'll continue the discussion.
Okay, we'll continue the discussion at 9B.
Okay, are you done with?
Yes, I'm done with my questions.
Okay, you had
Councilwoman
questions.
Luciano has
I did have a couple of questions.
You asked earlier, but you didn't get that, right?
I didn't get them asked yet.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very
That's
much.
what I thought.
So I appreciate the addendum. My question is with regards to some people that are listed with terms of appointment that have ended. Like, for instance, on the Area Housing Authority, County of Ventura, we have Margaret Noble, whose term expired a year ago, 12/19. Is she still still on that council, and has she been, has someone else been reappointed? I thought there was someone reappointed recently.
Eric, she's been reappointed?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Okay, so that's just an error in in her term, is that correct then? Okay, thank you, that's.
And hopefully that's one of the things that they'll iron out when they produce the new list.
And one of the things you'll clean, my question, and maybe that it does get cleaned up. I was a little concerned that it says that I have not done the Code of Ethics or whatever. It says no whenever my name is for the Code of Ethics. Is that, I promise I did my training. How does one get a yes there for Code of Ethics?
Are you
received?
talking that class?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Well, maybe is there another way? Like, for instance, yeah, I'm noticing that the different places where I was listed, for instance, in the Simi Valley Arts Commission, I don't have a Code of Ethics received.
Yeah,
so what do I do to
apologize.
get received, I guess?
Yes, I think that was another column in the, and that was my mistake. I think they're the same for all council members. They should all be wise because we did receive for all of council members. So I will make sure I can make that correction and upload this corrected version.
Yeah, because we're all required to do
Well,
it.
that's
Was
right,
it
yes.
annually?
Pardon?
Annually or biannually?
I'm sorry.
Every 2 years or 1 year?
For
Code of Ethics.
the Code of Ethics is every 2 years.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so
So,
I had just noticed it was consistent throughout that it doesn't have a yes for Elaine Litster. I don't want people to think I'm unethical. So that was, but you're saying that will just get updated. That is, and I guess that was my question. How was that fulfilled?
Yes,
It is fulfilled by the training.
You have,
correct? Okay.
yeah, and it is, the new training, you do it online, and then it's
Right.
automatically given to personnel.
And I thought yes.
And Shannon would be the one, Shannon Nash, to check with her.
Okay, I will double check.
yeah, I'll double check the dates for all of you and.
Please, because I want to be in compliance.
Maybe you are
Of course,
not
thank you.
up, because it's 2 years, and maybe
But I know I've done the online training.
this year or last year, which means you don't have to do it this year.
I'm not, probably it was last year. I'm not sure when I did it, but it would.
Did you start drinking?
No.
Then maybe you didn't do it.
So wouldn't it, but it would still should have indicated that I had completed it.
Meaning that class will make you drink.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, now we're going to number 16.
16. Oh, no. That's what I called. Yes, I just had a question. I saw that the company switched from a partnership to an LLC. I'm sorry. I saw that the partnership switched from a partnership to an LLC, and I'm just curious to know why and how that impacts the payment.
Well, the one,
Should
one
we
in
be
fact,
concerned about their financial stability to pay taxes? Like, why would they do that?
I think for tax purpose, for their own corporate tax purposes, switching to a LLC is advantageous. From our perspective, We just want to make sure the affordable housing agreement is protected, which it is, recorded against the property and the conditions of the project. So the four units will always remain. But from their tax for them to change from a general partnership to an LLC is, it's certainly their decision. I can see how there would be tax advantages in shifting that way, but our ultimate concern is making sure the project is protected for the affordable housing, and it is.
Okay. No, I just saw that because it was part of what we're being asked to do is to approve their change to, it was like,
Yes.
is that something we usually do, that we have to prove that? I was just wondering if we need to be concerned about.
Yeah, it's a normal course of business.
Okay. That was just my concern. I know there's different tax implications for LLC versus.
Yes.
But LLC usually, that puts more liability on the individuals
Yes.
who are the partners, and that's why I was like, should we be concerned? So that was my question. And you're saying we shouldn't be concerned?
No.
Okay, as far as you know, they're all financially solvent. We're going to get our money.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and they don't owe us any money. There's
Okay,
no
I just
money in the
needed to
project.
know.
Yeah.
Okay, and then for 18, I just wanted to know, and I know that a lot of these conferences are virtual now because of COVID, but I just wanted to make sure that there was, and I know I had sent you an email on this earlier, and I don't remember whether or not I got the response, but were there any conflicts of any of those city council meetings with, like the SCAG conference or the League of Cities or any of those conferences that we attend?
We schedule these dates around all the conferences, committees, all the events that we are aware of, LLC, SCAG, NLC, ICSC, all the Cs, all the other conferences. So we believe we've caught them all. Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to check.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So now we can vote on
So would you like a motion to vote on approval of everything?
All but 13.
13.
1 through 18 with exclusion of 13.
No, 1 through 19.
19.
Excuse me, 1 through 19 with
You did what I did.
the exclusion of 13.
I second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Please vote yes for me.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Councilmember Kavanaugh, leave the room, has left the room. Okay, 13.
And I should add on 13 that the HA Affordable Housing Agreement is the only obligation that's left, and refi doesn't change the contract with the city, if I'm not mistaken. So, given that, I would vote that we go ahead and approve. Motion to approve number 13.
Okay.
A second?
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
Judge votes yes.
Okay.
Oh, I need to put her back.
The motion passes with Councilwoman Kavanaugh.
Pretty darn close. We have hit the 20s before, but not very often.
Okay, where?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is 7A, update of the state planning grants received, including Senate Bill 2, SB 2, planning grant, and the Local Early Action Planning, LEAP grant, review of the proposed programs and the eligible activities, authorize staff to implement the programs, and approve a supplemental budget request to establish budget authority for both grants. And Eric Chen is here for this presentation.
Staff, please speak loudly. We have some background noise.
I sure will. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. The City of Simi Valley has successfully acquired a total of $810,000 in state grants designated for planning and technical assistance to address California's housing crisis. These funds will be used by the city to update planning documents in order to accelerate housing production and streamline the approval process. The reason we are here tonight is to provide a review of Senate Bill 2 and the local early action planning grants and the eligible activities associated with these grants. Staff recommends that the council authorize staff to implement these programs and approve a supplemental budget request in the amount of $810,000 to establish budget authority for both of these grants. First, I will provide a timeline to kind of remind the council and public of where we've been over the past year and a half. In March of 2019, the State of California Housing and Community Development Department released a Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, for Senate Bill 2 funds. And then staff had been working on that application. In October of 2019, the City Council authorized staff to apply for the SB2 grant funds. And shortly thereafter, the Housing and Community Development Department approved Simi Valley's application for the full Senate Bill 2 fund request in the amount of $310,000. In February of this year, HCD, Housing and Community Development, released another notice of funding availability for the local early action planning funds. Staff worked on an application. City Council authorized in April for staff to apply for the LEAP grant funds. And in October, HCD approved Simi Valley's application for the full LEAP fund request in the amount of $500,000, which brings us here tonight. For tonight's action. Looking forward, we're going to be working in 21 on this housing element, and our goal is to have that approved by this Housing Community Development by October of 2021. And we have until December of 23 to conclude the programs we'll be discussing tonight, funded by the SB2 and LEAP funds. Associate Planner Eric Chin is here tonight, and he'll discuss the eligible activities associated with these grants. Eric?
Good evening. Just to reiterate the two state planning grants, the planning funds, the SB2 or the Senate Bill 2 is part of the 2017 housing package aimed to address the state's housing shortfall and high housing costs. This part of the SB2 planning grant provides a one-time financial assistance to local governments to update planning documents, streamline an approval process, promote consistency with the state planning priorities, including the 6th cycle RHNA housing needs allocation, or the RHNA, accelerate housing production, and facilitate housing affordability. Second, it was determined that the SB2 fund alone may not be enough to help accomplish each local planning programs. Therefore, as part of the 2019 to 2020 State Budget Act, HCD dedicated an additional $119 million for local government planning assistance under the Local Early Action Planning Grant, also called the LEAP, to help supplement the SB2 funded programs. Based on the state planning priorities and Simi Valley's local planning goals, the city has received approval from HCD for the 5 following programs that are deemed as eligible activities with the highest impact, thereby allowing the city to receive the full $810,000 in grant funds. First, the specific plan form-based codes with CEQA streamlining program is divided into 2 parts. Part 1 will include development of a specific, Part 1 will include development of specific plans for high-impact development areas to ensure continuity, economic vibrancy, and increase housing diversity. Specific plan areas could include Tapple Street Corridor, Los Angeles Avenue Corridor, and the Metrolink Station. Part 2 will update the city's economic development strategy. This update could further address effectiveness of the specific planning areas, sustainability, jobs, housing balance, and fit, evaluate citywide jobs, workforce, and infrastructure, how to best serve a post-pandemic economy, how to prepare and stay resilient through changes, and more. Second, the Objective Design and Development Standard Program will develop citywide objectives, quantifiable design standard, pre-approved site architectural plans to facilitate land use approvals and strengthen property rights. Third, expedited processing program will streamline administration of housing programs, evaluate the review process for future workforce housing agreements, and community development block grant awards, remove barriers for financing, maximize access to funding, and encourage workforce housing developments. Additionally, improving administration process by updating our digital infrastructure and going paperless, such as acquisition and implementation of DocuSign, Adobe Acrobat Pro, or certified renew staff notary public notary services, etc. Fourth, the accessory dwelling unit ADU and junior ADU ordinance program was initiated in mid-February of 2020. It creates a new ADU ordinance to implement the state laws, establish development standards, pre-approved site and architectural plans, and case processing procedures. And finally, the Housing Element Update Program, authorized by the City Council on April 20th, 2020, requires the city's new housing element to be certified by HCD no later than October 15th, 2021, through citizen participation, consultation with HCD, and City Council approval. The new housing element must include feasible housing goals, objectives, policies, and implementation measures to meet the city's RHNA targets. These 5 programs are consistent with the city's planning goal and state's efforts to increase housing stock. Subsequent to the city's completion of the 5 programs, HCD will reimburse the city for the work completed. Therefore, it is recommended that City Council authorize staff to implement the SB2 planning grant and LEAP grant funded programs and approve a supplemental budget request in the amount of $810,000 to establish budget authority for both grants. This concludes staff presentation. We're available for questions.
Questions of staff, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Mashburn. On page 2 of the report, at the very bottom paragraph, number 1, where it says specific plans, form-based codes with CEQA streamlining, and it talks about identifying priority policy areas could include Topple Street corridor, and that's something that I definitely want to be a priority. So I'm asking, giving guidance in terms of that, because there's a lot of potential there. There's still several empty lots on Topple Street. We have the Topple Alamo project that is coming, which will, and the SRO project that is also on Topple Street. And so I would really like to see some of this effort being put into the Topple Street corridor. Sure. I think there's a lot of potential there, especially for mixed use, and that really is the direction in which any cities that are thriving and growing in a positive way are moving in that direction. And you talked about post-pandemic, best serving our post-pandemic economy, and this is one of the ways we do it, is through mixed use, by having housing and businesses, not like the mall where you have the housing behind and the mall in front. I'm talking about you have the businesses underneath and the housing on top. And that is where we have seen the most efficient use of space, of what limited space is left, like our city and many other cities around the country. And so I would really like to see that not just on the Topple Street corridor, but on the Los Angeles Avenue corridor. Metrolink station, I know they're talking about putting in the double tracks and things like that. The housing there that's adjacent to Metrolink is extremely expensive. I know very few people that can afford it without having several roommates, because it's just very expensive. And if we want to meet the RHNA standards that are coming down from the state of California, which are going to be looking at commute times, then we have to provide more affordable housing by the Metrolink area. It cannot be $3,000 a month, studios that people can't afford without having 5 roommates. So if we want to make sure that we meet the RHNA requirements, then we have to look at those kinds of issues. And so that's the kind of guidance that I'm providing, or direction that I would like to see us to go in as a city. We also have a lot more younger families moving in, and working individuals that are moving back home, shall we say, after graduation, after college graduation. And so we also need to make sure that we meet the needs of that population, people that have graduated from college and have come back. And so things like the SROs and things like, again, the mixed use, those are the kinds of things that we really need to include. And I would really like to see for number 5 on page 3 of the report, it talks about the housing element update. Is there a way that we can make sure that we, again, and I hate to say this, but I got to give props out to our graphics department here in the city for meeting our young, our visual and social media savvy population, which are of all ages, where they are, to use that and collaborate with them for that citizen participation. For the housing element update, I would really like to have as much participation as possible, and then to make sure that they're at different times, to make sure that we have times in the evening and in the morning, and don't have all the meetings at 3 in the afternoon, because people work and people work different shifts and different times. So if we can have different times when we allow for that citizen participation, I think that would get us more input from the community that is relevant. I understand, when we have to have this. I'm hoping the pandemic is over by then, but until then, if we're going to do like Zoom meetings for this, public participation, that we also make sure that we give directions on calling in, because we do have a portion of our population that is not as tech savvy with Zoom, and so, but they would love to call in and listen on the phone. And so if we can allow that participation as well for the public, I think that would very much serve the needs of our community and make sure that we go forward and have the most input from people in our community, so that we move forward as a community in the direction we need to. Thank you.
Thank you. So you presented us with 6 uses for the money, or 5 uses for money, but stated it was in no particular order. I just wondered if you have an intended priority given those items that you've just listed.
No, there's no, well, they're all priorities.
Oh, so we're going to do it all. Okay.
I mean, we have already brought the accessory dwelling unit ordinance recently to the council, so we are in process on some of these. The housing element workshops do kick off more here in 2021. We'll be going on February 3rd to the Planning Commission to start, with some of the public outreach that we'll be doing. So certain things will occur just early, but they're all equal in importance.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me just ask some questions about number 2. One of the things you referenced was possibly pre-approved site and architectural plans. I confess when I read that, I thought, oh no, that sounds way too cookie cutter. Maybe you could elucidate what you mean by that. I do know that objective standards are very important, but I'd like to understand what you mean by your pre-approved site architectural plans.
One idea that comes right to mind is our accessory dwelling units. If every homeowner has to individually create something on their property, it can be expensive to do that. But if there are pre-approved plans that could be used, maybe something that has the I won't say blessing of the building and safety department, but at least they pass the let's say the plan check process through them. Then that's something that might be able to be reused over and over again. It's something in the backyard of homes. I mean, you may call them cookie cutter, but they're much more efficient.
And in that setting, I can see that. I guess
Yeah.
I was afraid you were referring to multiple unit dwellings, and but
No,
certainly in an ADU setting, I could see that would be very.
Yeah, I think ADUs would probably be the most likely thing where that one might benefit.
Okay. And when we speak of objective standards, et cetera, would that include things about how we, like with the SR, there was a whole discussion about light kitchens or the small, what is meant by that, or is that part of when we talk about objective standards? Would we be looking at kitchen layouts for SROs or that kind of thing? Or
it could be more of the urban form of the building. So I think for example, what happened at Tapo and Alamo was there's a pretty large building, perhaps out of context with the immediate area. So maybe we could do a better way of building into our code exactly the urban form that we're looking at in terms of setbacks, height, stepping back that wedding cake effect of the upper stories, maybe an architectural design theme, et cetera.
Okay.
So that's the goal there of putting it into our code. So that's how when we talk about the Housing Accountability Act, this is the standards we can have in there to dictate what we want in Simi Valley versus a developer interpreting it on his own.
Okay, that makes sense. Let me ask you about number 3 and what you mean. Well, when you talk about creating a separate process for housing projects, what that would look like. I guess as I read that, I thought, well, I understand that, but I'm concerned that these projects suddenly get preferential treatment over our commercial needs. Obviously, we need good commercial projects with jobs, and those should have priority, and I don't want them to necessarily take precedence over our private citizens who want to rehabilitate their single-family homes, for instance.
Yeah.
So I guess what does a streamlining process, what would it look like, and how would it impact the other
So in planning,
functions?
we use the term, let's say, missing middle housing. Though that's things like duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. There's that whole group of housing that we tend not to build as much anymore. And there's a gap in our code where we really don't address it very well. So if we could fill that gap, and then those types of projects, because they tend to be very small, urban infill, those are maybe the sorts of things that can just be approved over the counter, maybe through a pre-approved plan, or individually customized on each lot, without having necessarily to go through a whole hearing process.
I see.
And so it's more that discretionary action if they meet all these design standards and development standards, that we could approve maybe some smaller projects much more readily.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. I look forward to seeing that, because I didn't quite get that, so great. Number 4, you talk, ADU updates certainly make sense. Just a question, are there restrictions on fencing for those units? For instance, the reason I ask is I'm thinking of the aesthetics of the neighbors, the neighborhood. I'm thinking, for instance, I believe there's one on First and Royal at the corner, and it has interesting fencing that just kind of stands. It makes it look like it's all cut up, I guess, the single-family home property. Does that include, is fencing part of that process? Can it be part of the process where it's excluded, for instance, where you don't change maybe that speaks to the objective standard of what an ADU, junior ADU looks like?
Yeah, by far the ADUs we've seen are just like a cottage in the rear yard, and it's not segregated by separate fencing to.
Well, and I see, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I saw a property that I think has an ADU that has done just that, and so it looks like that has become a property with multiple little teeny fenced areas.
Yeah, and if somebody wanted to put a fence right through the middle of their backyard, I can't really say there's a code that would prevent them from doing that. But traditionally, most people don't do that in their rear yard. But if it's an issue, we may have to look at it from a code perspective if we want to regulate it.
And that could maybe be part of the ADU process. Okay. So just my priorities were elements, the housing element updated number 5, and the meaningful objective standards number 2, but I'm glad you guys are doing it all at the same time. I just thought it would be interesting when I'm just going to share quickly what my thoughts were as I knew this was on the agenda before I read through the material. This is what I was thinking. I want to be sure, I hope this addresses SRO objective. These are my thoughts. I wanted SRO objective standards. I was concerned when we had that SRO project that we didn't have the objective standards in place. So what I gathered is that's part of this. I was concerned about SOAR heights for housing. I think we don't necessarily have them, and so as a consequence, maybe the Tapo Alamo was a really tall project, but basically it blocked out visually, will block out visually the hillside, which is some of those hillside ordinances are to keep them so you can visually see that. And so I don't know if that can be, anyway, that was one of my concerns as I was hoping it might be part of it. I wanted objective standards that codified mixed use requirements, meaning, I'm aware the Tapo Alamo project has 7% commercial when we intended it to be 25% commercial. I think that was so I don't know if there's a way of putting that in the objective standards where we can somehow make that consistent. I don't know. So anyway, that was the other thought. And then finally, I thought the ADUs, I want to be sure that if there's a way that those numbers, since we've now approved that every single family home can have these units dwelling, I want to be sure that that's somehow captured in our RENA number requirements, that we've been asked to come up with as much housing. Now, granted, we can't guarantee that that's low income, but we can assume it's likely going to be at least moderate income, whatever. I just want to make sure that that we've approved it, that is captured in our general plan RENA numbers. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Yes, they are. They are captured, and we have our methodology to designate them as either market or moderate income units.
Okay,
and we are looking for more opportunities to maybe even designate them as low income units as well.
Great. So that will be part of the new general plan. Okay, beautiful. How's that? Thank you. That was.
Question, while we approved it, which is fine, weren't we, in a sense, approving what the state told us we had to approve?
Maybe I didn't hear you.
For ADUs.
For ADUs, I'm sorry.
Yeah, didn't we just basically, when we approved it, we really adopted what the state said is what they wanted to do?
Yes. They set a certain standard. We have met that standard.
I just want to be sure we get credit for it. Yeah.
Well, no, I understand that we want credit for it, but I want to make it clear that we didn't just approve it, as we were reacting to what the state had said we needed to do.
Yeah, we're in compliance with current state law.
I don't want it to sound like I'm saying, no, I'm against it. I'm just wanting it to be in the right order.
Yeah.
That it came from the state, and we changed our existing ADU standards to be in concert with the states.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, with regard to the ADUs, if I can make a comment?
You can comment. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I make a comment with regard to the ADUs?
Go ahead on ADUs.
Just wanted to make sure that you are aware of VCOG is working, the Ventura Council of Governments is working on like pre-planned blueprints for ADUs, and so you're nodding, so you guys already know. But I'll bring it up at 9B. But
that will be the REAP grant, I believe. The regional grant, the REAP grant.
Yeah, so I don't want you guys duplicating the efforts that they're already doing. So I want to make less work for staff, not more work for staff. So you guys coordinate with them to make sure that you guys are working with them. And I'll mention it more when we do our reports, but they seem to know what it's about.
Comments? No comments. Do we need a motion?
Mayor, I move to authorize staff to implement the SB2 planning grant and LEAP grant-funded programs and approve a supplemental budget request in the amount of $810,000 to establish budget authority for both grants.
Second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mike, you want to vote yes?
Is this still there?
Yes, I voted yes. Sorry, this mute button's not working.
He pushed the button at his house.
Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 7B, second reading of ordinance number 1318 for the approval of specific plan amendment number SP-7-S-7, amendment number 28, and adopting the mitigated negative declaration to amend the West End plan to allow warehouse and distribution centers in the mixed-use MUSP zone. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. The ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley for the approval of specific plan amendment number SP-S-7, amendment number 28, and adopting the mitigated negative declaration to amend the West End specific plan to allow warehouse and distribution centers in the mixed-use MUSP zone. And staff is available for questions.
Is there any questions on this? We voted on it last meeting.
We did, and I just had one quick question. This wasn't asked last time when we voted on it, but I don't know that I asked why in the West End specific plan, it didn't, at the time it was set up, it didn't allow warehouse and distribution centers. Do we know, and maybe Mr. Stratus, why that was the case? And I wondered, was it because of the concern about a lot of semi-traffic? Or is it just wasn't?
Well, they are allowed, but they weren't allowed in this particular zone, the business park zone. Yeah, they're allowed in the LI and GI zone, but not in this particular. So we're just extending it to that zone. This zone was intended to be more office oriented.
Sure. Fair enough.
But they're converting.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
I just want to, and I'm not sure if this is possible or not, Brian, if there has been, as you know, we are at the height, hopefully at the height of the pandemic. We have very limited ICU capacity due to COVID, and there have been multiple confirmed reports of Amazon workers that have been COVID positive that have continued to work. And so my concern is with this distribution of this warehouse, do we have any ability or capacity to ensure that they are following the health protocols implemented by the county and by the state? Because the last thing we need to do, we only have one hospital in Simi Valley, is to outgrow our ICU capacity, because this is, again, the concern is specifically with this entity because it is such a large warehouse. It is an enclosed space, and there are lots of workers working in there, and there have already been multiple reports of lack of compliance on behalf of Amazon with regard to COVID. So and I know it's not specifically related to the ordinance of changing the specific plan amendment, but I want to make sure that they know that we are watching and that we want to get our COVID numbers down so we can reopen again.
Well, Amazon has opened a number of these facilities in Ventura County. I'm not sure of any particular outbreaks that have happened in these facilities. We can certainly communicate it to them and work with the Ventura County Environmental Health to ensure that they are compliant. I know as an employer, 3 positive tests is an outbreak, and you need to report that to Ventura County Health, and every positive after that then has to be reported as well. So there is extensive reporting now required by the Cal OSHA as well as the CDC. So we would expect them to comply with that, and if they're not, then Ventura County is going to be very interested in what they're doing inside the building.
Okay, that was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance 1318.
Second.
Okay.
That's many more.
Got a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Judge votes yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Levinas voting no. Mr. Mayor, we have no other decision under item 8 new business. And the City Council, next item on the agenda is 9A, City Council member report.
Okay, Councilmember Levinas.
Okay. On Wednesday, November 11th, I attended the Veterans Day celebration, as did, I believe, all of my colleagues, and including Councilmember Judge, and wished him a happy Veterans Day and thanked him for his service at the RSRPD, and it was very nice to have that event there. On Thursday, and we also, they canceled the Ventura County elected officials briefing because of Veterans Day that day, so I didn't attend that day. On Thursday, November 12th, we had our task force on homelessness meeting virtually via Zoom, and I do have a number of things to report on that. They talked, Tara Caruth talked about the PADS program. which is our winter emergency shelter program, because we don't have a permanent shelter in the city of Simi Valley. Tara Caruth talked about how there have been minimal outbreaks at shelters, but because of the COVID pandemic, capacity has been reduced. They do have Project Room Key that started in March, which is offering vouchers for motels now for people who are 65 or older, or those at risk with pulmonary issues, heart disease, etc. There have been 20 Simi Valley residents that have been sheltered in Newberry Park through the Samaritan Center through their referrals. We also had a report from Tony Freeland from the Samaritan Center in terms of the BADS program starting and how they're going to do it at their facility, just to make sure that their employees that are serving our homeless are kept safe, and they are getting support from St. Francis as well. They're talking about 5 days of the week they're going to host at Samaritan Center. The other 2 days will be at Trinity Lutheran. They're going to use the same sanitation procedures approved by the CDC. They talked about Tara talked about the Ojai Family Shelter that will operate in a single location. I hope that in the future we can do that. I don't know if you are aware, but I've been working with their homeless for many, many years. Most shelters are gender specific, so it's either all girls or all women, or all male or all female, self-identified. And so if you are a father with a daughter, you can't stay there. You have to find a family shelter, and they're few and far between. I'm glad to see that there's one in Ojai, but I would like to see us eventually have one here, because we do have parents, with a child of the opposite gender, that they have nowhere to go. If you're a mother and you have your son, where do you stay if it's a single gender shelter? You need to have a family shelter. And so that's a goal that I would personally like to see set forth. They talked about, and this relates to, I know that Stratus is still here, Mr. Peros, they would like to be participating in the housing element discussions in the future. So they would like the task force would like to be included in those discussions to make sure that we move forward on providing housing and transitioning our homeless to permanent housing. And then last but not least, the hot topic was the Safe Park program. They talked about, having at the United Methodist. They talked, Reverend Maddock came and spoke and talked about the support from the community for that program. There will be no more than 15 vehicles. Commander Short said we have already 75 individuals that he knows of that are living in the cars right now. And all the requirements were set forth, and I believe and then there was a subsequent meeting with the community, and a lot of concerns, but concerns that were safety concerns and concerns about drugs and things like that. And unfortunately, a lot of stereotypes were made about our homeless population, which, I think is unfair, and just assumptions about who they are and what they are. And it's really sad to see that, because we never know who is just a paycheck away from being homeless. We really don't. And so to make presumptions about someone who's homeless and their lifestyle is just not appropriate at all. We're in a community together, and we all have to help each other. This was, it seems like all the concerns that are being, that were brought up by the residents are going to be addressed through casework by the Samaritan Center. They're going to address the issue of who are these people and doing background checks. They communicate daily with the police department about who's been arrested, all the other concerns that residents had. The only one that they're still working on, I believe, is the wall, but they are going to have a full-time security guard that's going to be there the whole night, and it's only 15 cars, so I don't see that it would be an issue that, people are just going to be jumping the wall in the middle of the night. And that's not to dismiss anyone's concerns about safety, but because they've already had safety issues there with vagrants in the community, the fact that they're going to have a full-time security guard there and a caseworker all night would actually make it a safer area. And so I'm really excited about the Safe Park program that's moving forward. And then we also said that in the future, when we meet on February 21st, we will set forth our annual task force goals. And adopt those, hopefully. So I'm sorry that was such a long meeting, but we hadn't met in such a long time, and I felt like we had so much that I need to share with you. I also attended on Thursday, November 12th, the VCOG meeting, which is the Ventura Council of Governments, and they talked about the Regional Emergency Preparedness Plan, which is really important because We have fires that have happened here, and sometimes we need to go shelter in Moore Park and vice versa. Sometimes people have fires in Moore Park and they need to come shelter over here, and we never know what's going to happen or how we're going to impact each other. So it's really temporary evacuation points, especially if we happen to have a major disaster like a fire or an earthquake during COVID. How do we shelter while still being socially distanced? And so they talked about how people could drive up in their cars and they could register for sheltering while waiting in their cars. And maybe doing like motel sheltering if we needed to do that, because we are still in the middle of this pandemic. They talked about going to, you could visit readyventuracounty.org if you wanted any of those evacuation plans, and talked about doing local assistance centers, one-stop shop where you could get federal, state, county, city, and community resources available if there was a major emergency. They talked about the REAP application for SCAG, which is what I had mentioned earlier, looking at the housing community development, RENA, and preparing a small document that they're going to turn into a narrated video for a website telling the macro story of state legislation, looking at the housing community development, RENA, how that integrates with SOAR, agriculture and wildlife unique areas in Ventura County, and also looking at adopting the housing element, which we talked about, the vehicle miles traveled, which is the new part of RENA, which we're going to have to look at as a city. We're going to have to look at not just building affordable housing, but how many vehicle miles are traveled. That's why the low and affordable income has to match the jobs that we're bringing in, have to match the affordability factor. Otherwise, if we have all these minimum wage paying jobs, but no one can afford to live here, that's going to increase our VMTs and it's going to prevent us from meeting our RENA goals. So those are all things that are really important for us to consider as a city council, because we have to be able to meet that. They say there's a way to purchase VMT credits, but if you exceed the threshold, you have to mitigate it somehow. And so public transportation is going to be a way that we need to, that's why VCTC and our role with regional transportation is really important. And we have to pass that CEQA hurdle in terms of air pollution, and our air pollution district has a certain baseline that we have to meet and make sure that we are in compliance with that. So there's a lot of stuff going on with VCOG, and a lot of it having to do with our regional housing needs assessment and the new things that are coming down from the state of California. That was on Thursday, November 12th. On Monday, November 16th, was the Safe Park Forum for the public via Facebook, and I mentioned the concerns that people had and how they're going to be addressed through casework. On Tuesday, November 17th, I attended the Youth Council meeting, and I just want to give my hats off to the Youth Council. They have been absolutely phenomenal through this pandemic. They shifted, they pivoted to online. They had all kinds of activities. They have had escape rooms, and they've had talent nights, and they had an art contest, and they had a talent show, and they have just been putting it all together. They're transitioning now to how they're going to do their annual youth summit online and how they're going to do breakout rooms. And so I just want to give props to Kristen Tignac, to David Yoshitomi, I know he was here earlier, and all of our youth council members for pivoting during this time when so many of our youth have really needed that support from youth council. And I just really appreciate all the work that they do, and we just have phenomenal youth council members. And they also had, there was also a Regional Truth Act forum on November 17th regarding SB 54 and the status of that. And just making sure that we hold ourselves accountable. We actually do a pretty good job here in Simi Valley. Hats off to Simi Valley Police Department for full compliance with SB 54. I was very proud to brag on our Simi Valley Police Department to know that we comply fully with SB 54. On Wednesday, November 18th, there was a Zoom meeting with regard to the double track project for the Metrolink. For those of you who weren't aware, they're going to expand the tracks here in the Metrolink, and it'll actually help with our trains and transportation of goods and people by having a double track here. And there were a lot of comments that were made about that. Concerns about sound and things like that, but there's also going to be a protective wall that's going to make sure that everyone is safe there. On Friday, November 20th, I attended the virtual Transgender Day of Remembrance. For those of you who do not know, There has been a huge spike in violence against transgender people in this country and around the world. And on Friday, November 20th, we pay homage and respect, and we remember all those transgender people who were killed or have been killed or have and continue to be persecuted on November 20th. And I know it's very important for me and my students. I have a number of transgender students in my classroom that were very happy that I attended that event. On Tuesday, November 24th, I attended the Interfaith Virtual Thanksgiving, and it was really a great time. We heard from many faith leaders, from our mosques to our temples, to our churches, and just all giving wonderful, beautiful, uniting messages of support. Virtually, we all had our own separate Thanksgiving meals that we were eating while we did that via Zoom. Let's see, my goodness. On Tuesday, December 1st, we had another youth council meeting. Again, I already discussed what they're pivoting to having the youth council meeting, youth council summit online. There will be a survey coming out, so please fill out the survey to see how it is you want to participate in the youth summit. On Wednesday, December 2nd, another elected officials briefing. On December 3rd, I attended the Clean Power Alliance meeting. And again, they are asking for, and I would like for us to reconsider going to a default 100% renewable energy, as Mr. Perry asked during public comments. It is the future. It is where we are going, and in a very near future, I can foresee where renewable energy will be cheaper. It keeps coming down in price as it increases in availability. Than the other energy that we are having. I also wonder why we as Simi Valley, Shameev Valley, which means Windy Valley, don't have any wind. I just wonder, why can't we harness that energy here? But there is a new program that Clean Power Alliance is implementing for training. We are putting over $1 million into retraining individuals that are already out there in the field who are working who want to transition to clean energy jobs. And so Clean Power Alliance, we're putting our money where our mouth is. And so we are saying we want people who are already trained in, to be electricians and things like that, to be trained to create and install the electric vehicle charging stations, which we're going to need tens of thousands of across the state of California. I think even in other areas as well. I was talking to people and elected officials in Arizona, and I said, you guys are going to need them too, because a lot of people from California are going to go to Arizona, and we're going to want to charge our cars when we go visit you. And they're like, you're right, we didn't think about that. So I go, yeah, we go visit you, we need to charge our cars. So it's a wonderful thing, because we have a lot of older people and veterans who need that job training, but that funding isn't there, and Clean Power Alliance is there to provide that retraining funding, which is amazing. And they also, Clean Power Alliance also voted to implement a program for those who are low-income families and individuals in 100% renewable communities. So if you're worried that your electric bill is going to be too high, if we go to 100% renewable, there is funding specifically for low-income individuals. Millions of dollars of funding that we're pouring into supporting people who want to go to clean energy, but they just can't afford it. They're literally like, I just can't pay $40 more or $80 more for my bill. But if we become a 100% renewable default, then that means you can still choose to be, less than 100% renewable. It's just a default rate. But if we choose that option, then that actually means that we get more funding to help our low-income residents. And there's no downside to that, if you ask me. So I am, going to be asking for that. Oh my goodness, such a long time since we met last. And December 9th, I again attended, I'm sure we all did, the weekly COVID meetings that we have had for elected officials across the county. And again, I just want to reiterate, our actions impact everyone else. And I know that it's difficult to lose your livelihood, that people are struggling right now with homelessness and food insecurity and all those things, but even harder is the 300,000 families that have lost family members to COVID. It's even harder to lose a family member, and we are losing so many family members. Even though we have a vaccine right now, Governor Newsom stated we had as many vaccines distributed in the state of California today, which was over 30,000, as we had people who were infected with COVID in the state of California. So it really doesn't, we didn't really gain anything. We didn't net anything if we're only getting the same amount of vaccines as people that are being infected with COVID. And right now is a time that we really need to think about, do we just want to be alive next year? Do we want that person to be around next year? And right now we're seeing the surge from Thanksgiving. And if we continue to meet outside, and do the things that we're not supposed to do, not wear our masks and meet in large groups, and we do that for Christmas and for New Year's and Hanukkah, and I know Hanukkah is this week and it started on Friday, then we are going to have another surge that's going to last 60 days, 90 days. And the fact that we're not getting any federal funding, and believe me, I have advocated at the state and federal level for funding to come to our city, because we're the ones that are seeing the hurt of the businesses and the individuals that cannot pay the rent, that cannot buy food. And that's not something that we can fix as a city. We can only fix it to the extent that we have funding to do that, and I know that we have done that to the extent that we can. But until we get funding from the state and the federal government, we have to all do our parts in order to make sure that we reduce it. We cannot rely on Los Angeles County. Their ICU bed capacity is even lower than Ventura County's. And Ventura County and Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo have fewer hospitals than Los Angeles. So if we do not do what we all need to do as a collective and worry about everyone's existence, then it's not going to matter whether or not you have a livelihood. And I know that it's hard for business owners, and I get that. I really do. I understand that, and I've heard from a lot of business owners in our community. But we need to make sure that we do not break our healthcare system right now. And we are at that point. So we need to make sure that we do everything to stay alive and see our family members and our friends and business owners. And we will be there for them when they bounce back and when this is over. And the sooner we all comply, the faster we'll get through this. And New Zealand has 0 cases because they have fully complied with it. So I want to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah. Hanukkah still going on this week, so a happy Hanukkah. Ask you please to think of your neighbors in our community as in general, and think of more importantly, our healthcare workers who are really at the breaking point right now. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Elaine.
Thank you, Mayor Mashburn, fellow council members. I'm aware that the last time we met was back the 1st of November. As a consequence, there are 5 weeks of material that we have, and so I will try to be selective about what I share, but I know that all of us have quite a bit to share, and so I'll try to be specific. Thank you for those who put on that lovely Veterans Day event, and I was honored to be there, and I want to recognize the veterans, so many who've served and sacrificed on November 11th. On November the 12th, Thursday, I actually attended one of the first neighborhood council meetings that have been reconstituted, and so I just wanted to commend those who have stepped up to serve on the 4 different neighborhood councils and recognize that this is very much a transition time, but appreciate your efforts and know that much work is being done already, and so thank you. On Friday, November 13th, I attended a Chamber of Commerce Network Connect event. What I recognize is that the Chamber of Commerce has found innovative, creative ways to reach out and help our businesses, and want to thank them for their continued innovative efforts in this difficult time. I, too, on November 18th, attended the Metrolink Double Track Project discussion, and I wanted to actually give some information in addition to what was mentioned by Councilmember Luevanos. Basically, the Simi Valley Double Track Project is part of the Southern California Organization Rail Expansion Program. And the Southern California Regional Rail Authority, or Metrolink, is proposing that the Simi Valley Double Track Project at the Simi Valley Station on Metrolink's Ventura County line. And what this does is the project will add 2.15 miles of track, up to 1.55 miles in Segment 1 and a further 0.6 miles in Segment 2. Segment 1 improvements include 3 at-grade crossing improvements, while Segment 2 would include up to 2 crossing improvements. And this would create a quiet zone-ready corridor once both segments are complete. And basically what that means is once that's in place, if this all goes through, then we as a city can choose to petition that it be designated a quiet zone where trains as they go through Simi Valley will not blow their horns because the necessary safety improvements are in place. 1,400 feet of existing track will be shifted between East Los Angeles Avenue and the Simi Valley Station, and the project improvements requires new track panels and warning devices at the following at-grade crossings, which is Sequoia, Tapo Canyon, Tapo Street, East Los Angeles Avenue, and Hidden Ranch Drive. And it also includes modifications to the Simi Valley Station, which will require a new Metrolink safety standard pedestrian crossing and a new 680-foot-long second platform. So basically, people will load on both sides of the tracks. But the benefits that are claimed are upgraded safety, the quiet zone that was mentioned, a new Metrolink safety standard pedestrian crossing that provides for safer rail crossings, and will supposedly improve safety and reliability of the Metrolink service. And what it also does is this added track and new platform increases the capacity of the train service so that at least every 30 minutes there can be new trains at that time. Anyway, I wanted to be sure people were aware of those details because it will be an interesting change that's being proposed. Thank you for opportunities to meet with several times with our city manager, Brian Gable, our most appreciative. Yes, every Wednesday except for that preceding Thanksgiving, etc., we attended the official weekly briefing call. On December 5th, I attended a memorial for Don Otto, and he will certainly be missed in our community. Wednesday, December 9th, I wanted to just mention, yes, we've been listening to these elected official COVID-19 briefing calls. One of the things that was really stressed in the most recent call, as people are aware, numbers have been increasing, and we've moved to the purple level, and our governor has implemented this new regional approach to COVID fighting. I wanted to the county has chosen to join with Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo in a tri-county and argue with the state that is more representative of what is of the region and that we should be considered as such. Obviously, at this moment where we all have high levels, it doesn't make a difference per se, but this might make a difference when it comes time to leave the purple division level, etc. And so I commend the county for doing that and encourage them to continue their efforts. And as I understand, we have voiced support as a city for that. And appreciative of so doing. Also, every Wednesday I've been attending the Task Force on Business Recovery, which is a multi-agency group that's discussed ways to help Simi Valley. I wanted to thank the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, who has just completed their Follow Local program, and Moorpark has followed our example. They have a good program as well that's taking place. It is an effort to increase and encourage people to shop locally, and so thank you for their efforts. I wanted to recognize, and I know we're going to be talking 9B different things, and so I won't talk as much about some of my COVID concerns. We'll get there in 9B. But I wanted to thank all of those who are finding creative, safe ways to thank our community and to engage community members in a safe way. Thank you to the Cultural Arts Foundation, who had a wonderful drive-through and see Santa this past weekend. Thank you to Sinaloa Lights, who is having a drive-through where you see Christmas lights and then watch a movie. The Rotary Club had a very successful Elf drive-in movie, and I wanted to commend Simi 360 for those of you who are social media people. They have a great map of all the highlights of all the lights and decorating here in Simi Valley, and I encourage you to go there and maybe get an idea of homes to see. I took my grandchildren a few days ago, and just some phenomenal lights to drive around and see. And so thank you to the residents who, with their indomitable spirits, for finding ways to communicate that there's hope and that we much to celebrate even in this time of difficulty. And so I just want to say thank you to our community who is modeling that we together can do good things, and that we can make choices that will certainly be safe for each other and that can help stem this concern about COVID. But at the same time, we can recognize that there's beauty and we can enjoy it safely together. And so that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to correct a statement I made earlier. I said something like my 15th year as an elected. No, I can't count. I was first elected in 2010 to the Parks District for 6 years, and then 4 years here. So it's my 11th year. I kept going, something's not right. So, and I'm a banker. That's a little scary. But I just wanted to correct that in case somebody heard me. So on Wednesday, November 11th, I also attended the Veterans Day ceremony. Rancho Simi Recreation and Park Districts does an outstanding job on that every year. They select a local veteran and tell their story and share it with everyone that's there. And then we had a great speaker, and I think it's Major Span or Colonel Span, I believe. Colonel Span was the speaker. He always does a great job. I enjoy listening to him. On Thursday, November 12th, I had our quarterly Ventura County Animal Shelter meeting. It was obviously on Zoom, which is good because that means I don't have to go buy all the animals and try not to come home with one. We had a really nice presentation done by Director Jackie Rose on how they make their determinations regarding specific animals. It was very informative because at the prior meeting, somebody had questions as to how they decide which animal might be aggressive and not rehabilitated and, and that type of thing. So they went into detail. It was very informative for us. And as a side note, the assistant director, Donna Gillespie, lives here in Simi, so that's kind of nice to have local representation there. Our local shelter does remain closed. It is a small area, and it's mostly due to staffing because of the COVID. They don't want to spread the staff out too far, and they wouldn't be able to handle enough animals there to make it worthwhile at this time. I'm sure it will reopen when things get back a little bit more normal. Let's see. Obviously, I attended all the Wednesday elected telephone calls also. There were a couple that we missed due to the holidays that they canceled. So on November 19th, on Thursday, we had our Economic Development Collaborative monthly meeting. We don't have one in December. We are dark. That EDC Collaborative continues to be outstanding and excellent in what they're providing to our small business community, and now more than ever, it's important. We've added staff, we've received funding, grants, and they're just doing a great job. Their website is edcollaborative.com. They are available for any small business. They have free services. They have webinars. They have Spanish speaking if you give them a call. They have Spanish information also available on their website. So it's a great resource. They're also the ones that have small business loans for those businesses that cannot qualify at a bank. So in this day and age, they're doing a great job, and they're very, very important. So I'm very happy to sit on that board. It's a great board. Everyone is very involved and very dedicated to helping our county. So on Wednesday, November 25th, that was the day they canceled the phone call before Thanksgiving. On December 3rd, I received a call from a resident in the Indian Hills area regarding the PSPS shutdowns, and he was very frustrated because he goes, I have 4 large dogs, I can't go to a hotel. He goes, and I can't cook food, and in the area I can't go out to eat, because he wasn't aware of where the power shutoff stopped and started. So I gave him information on who to contact, both at SCE and at the Public Utilities Commission, and I did express information that the city has been working on it. The mayor had just spoken with the president and CEO of Edison, and that we have some things in the works to try and help our community. We know it's an important thing, and the city and the city manager are working on it. Just as a little side note, Madera, they're still working real hard up there, so I'm still waiting for them to open. But they had they used their parking lot for a little walk-through craft fair, which was very nice. So we're getting some use up there no matter what. And they were inside working at the time we were there. So that was very positive. On Saturday, December 12th, I did the drive-through at the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Foundation. My grandson's one. He thought Santa was fantastic. He just glowed. He was about 1 foot to 2 feet away. Santa was outside the car, but he really enjoyed it. They did a great job. I was very happy to support our Cultural Arts Foundation. If anyone, if you can at this point in time, they could really use the support. They're unable to have performances and do other things there that they would normally do. So now, in any way that we can support them, I think it's wonderful. They're an asset to this city. And, having that cultural arts building there and the events they put on is so unique to our city, and it's something we really want to make sure that we support. I also wanted to wish everybody a safe and happy Hanukkah. I know that started. And a Merry Christmas, because I won't see you before then. And happy holidays if you celebrate something else. So everyone be safe, and best wishes to everybody for the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On November 11th, I attended the Veterans Day ceremony put on by our Park District. They always do a great job, and thank you to them for that. On Thursday, November 12th, I attended the Homelessness Task Force meeting. Councilmember Luevanos went over that in depth, so I won't repeat anything. On sorry, going through my stuff here. I too attended or listened to most of the elected officials' calls about COVID. And hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. SCAG was dark this month, so I did attend VCTC on Friday, December 4th. VCTC was getting their house in order for next year. Again, I want to remind people that our buses right now, I think, are still, one of the best ways to get around. They're COVID safe, so don't be afraid to take our public transportation. We have low ridership. Obviously, there's reasons for that other than people just, not wanting to get COVID. But there's lots of opportunities right now with our public transportation. So make sure you make use of it. It's there for you. That's about it. I did a lot of things everybody else did, attended all those things. That's all I have left to report. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did want to say real quick, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Real quick. We say Happy Hanukkah to everybody out there, and a Merry Christmas. We won't see you until after that, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. I too attended the Veterans Day program. I also was able to attend the one at the Reagan Library prior to the one here at Lemon Park. Isn't it Rancho Simi Park?
Rancho Tapo.
Rancho Tapo. They forgot to check with me on the naming of that park. It's Lemon Park. At any rate, that was a exceptionally good program put on by the Park District under the circumstances of the COVID restrictions. Moving forward, with the Tourism Committee meeting, what I attended, the thing that I brought up that I tried making an impression on them was this city has some of the best mountain biking trails, and the Park District does, and the surrounding area might not be within the city limits. But if you pick up any mountain bike type magazine or bicycle magazines, or if you go on YouTube and look at their films or videos of testing of special bicycles, it's almost always in our area, whether it be Corriganville area, Rocky Peak, or just virtually anywhere around the valley. So I tried to convince the committee, which I didn't need to convince, that's the wrong way of putting it, but they're working on it. I just expressed to them, I thought now, especially with COVID, it's something that people can go out and do, and there's a lot of people using these mountains, and it's something that you can't do it all in one day, so I see it as a potential to bring people to our hotels. So anyway, if you feel the same way, let the committee know, and let the tourism group know over there that it seems to be a good thing to promote for here in the valley. I attended, if maybe all of the Ventura County elected official COVID briefing calls. Let's see. Trying to get stuff that on Thursday, December 3rd, I attended the Simi Sunrise Rotary Club's meeting. They had a special guest named Cheryl Temple. Cheryl's a prosecutor here in the Ventura County DA's office, and she put on a great presentation about the Golden State Killer. She worked on that case. Extremely interesting, a little bit scary, and what was really in my mind that it bothered me quite a bit was some of the things that they knew about this bad guy but couldn't charge because the statute of limitations had run out. And I don't want to share with you here what they were, but she has a way of doing it that's not offensive, but lets you know how bizarre this person was, and actually how bizarre some of our laws are. So if you get an opportunity to listen to Cheryl Temple, be sure to do that. She has a lot of information about that case. Friday, December 4th, I attended the government advisory panel with SCE. Surprisingly, I was able to talk directly to Kevin Payne, who's the CEO of SCE, and I expressed all of the problems that we've been having in our city because of these shutoffs. I truly don't believe they understand the impact that they're having, and I've gotten so many calls and so many emails about the hardship that our citizens are going through. And the more I look into this, the more it's evident to me that there is no need for this, absolutely no need for this. And I'm doing what I can. I've been working with the city manager. I've contacted CAL FIRE individuals trying to gain more information. I've contacted attorneys that have dealt in cases with Edison, and I plan on doing it, because the one thing that we cannot do, in my opinion, as a council, is drop this when the winds stop. We got to keep fighting and going. And I hear so loud and clear what Councilmember Luevano spoke of, the traffic lights that are out. I don't know the answer. I know there's concerns of liability. The list goes on and on. We got to do something. We can't run with our tail between our legs. We got to do something, because there's been multiple accidents. We now have a claim within the city, and you know, it's only going to take time, but certainly someone is going to be horribly injured or killed, and if we can prevent it, we need to do that. And so we've been sharing ideas and going back and forth, doing research and talking to the legal minds on what can and will be done. I also, along those lines, I arranged a meeting with Suzette Valadares so we could talk to people at the state level, and I happen to know that staff has talked to Henry Stern's office. So we're reaching out to the people that can maybe make a difference. But I think this is a problem that is severe, and we need to address it. On a positive note, a good thing is I've had the opportunity to speak to Cub Scouts, or Boy Scouts, excuse me, I said that wrong, Boy Scouts, regarding issues within the city and how the city operates, and it's always great to talk to them. It's great, and I've got another group coming here shortly. So, also had a meeting. It's not a city committee, but it's called One CME, and it's a group. It's a small group foundation of people that are concerned with racism in Simi Valley, and they come in with a very positive story and want to find positive ways to address any type of racism and education within our city. And it's such a pleasure, and I got to thank the chief for attending a recent meeting and listening, and then talking from the police department standpoint on what's going on in Simi Valley. When it comes to the rallies, I've gotten some complaints. I'm sure the other council members have too. The rallies, I don't know who the organizers are, and I put out what I thought was some information that would get to the organizers, and I come by this location in the late afternoons. The parking lot out here is empty. The parking lot at Senior Center is empty. The old courthouse is empty. The library is empty. And so I suggested that this might be a location where they can meet and take off and do their rally from here, if that's what they're going to do, and not disturb the business community. So I've never been run out of this parking lot when it's not in use, so I don't see how that could be a huge problem. So at any rate, something to think about. If any of you know who the organizers are, pass that information on, because I can see how it would be a detriment to the business community, like Lowe's, Best Buy, and the jewelry store up there. I understand what they're saying. So here's a spot where it could be done and not have such an impact. With that, I want to wish everybody happy holidays, and hope Santa Claus is good to you. And I hope 2021 certainly changes the direction that we're going and what we see, and happiness in everybody's family. That's it. Now we have 9B. I caution everyone, 9B is to bring up what you want to talk about in the future, and it's not to be talked about at this time. It's to say, this is what I'd like on the agenda in the future. I'll try adhering to that, and I hope the others will also. So with 9B, Councilmember Luevanos.
Mayor, I have 3 9B requests, but I have a feeling that one of them will be other people who want the same 9B request. With regard to the power shutdowns, I would like a list of all the wiring that SCE owns that has already been reinforced. I know you mentioned there's no need to shut down power in the valley floor, but I and thousands of Simi Valley residents live in one of the first 3 circuits that are always shut down. My understanding is that some, if not all of those lines have already been reinforced, so there's no need for them to continually shut down every time there is wind. And so I want a list from SCE of which lines have already been reinforced, because if they're already reinforced, there's no reason to shut them down. I would also like for our lobbyists to draft or work on legislation for automatic reimbursement for lost groceries, work days, and school days lost, hotspots, and rebates for all generators, not just the $4,000 generators that SCE says that we can get reimbursed for. And if you haven't gone to the website, because I've been sending people there, you can only get reimbursed if you buy the $4,500 generator. And you only get reimbursed $500. Well, we can't afford a $4,500 generator. So, I bought the one that we could afford, and there's no rebate for that. So you have to buy like a $5,000 generator so that you can get reimbursed 10%. And that's not our residents. They can't afford that. So I want there to be automatic reimbursement. My other 2 requests, are for a mental health task force. As you heard this week, there was a teenager who committed suicide. Mental health is not something new to this pandemic. It is something that we see, unfortunately, every year in this community. I know because I get notifications from Simi Valley Unified every year. And I think it's about time that we have a mental health task force. And I think it's necessary not just for our youth, but adults as well who are struggling with mental health issues. And it's time that we destigmatize mental health issues. Everyone goes through it, and we should address it and work with regional agencies to address that issue, just like we do for homelessness. I'd like to, for us to form a mental health task force.
Okay, so we put that on the agenda for the future?
Yes.
Okay.
And my last request is I am concerned with some of the rallies. My concern is a safety issue because I've had businesses and employees who have come to Simi Valley and say they're very concerned about the large flags that are being flown on the backs of trucks on the freeways and in the streets. I would like to ask for not allowing any flags larger than 12 by 24 inches to be flown on cars in Simi Valley in the streets or on the freeway. I just think it's a safety issue. I know people have told me I'm worried when those flags are going to fly up and it's going to hit my car and I don't know if I can see or not, and they're trying to get over. And so this is not a freedom of speech issue. You know, I don't want the Girl Scouts flying, 8-foot flags either, right? For Girl Scout cookies, I don't want that to happen. The small flags that are, like 12 by 24, I measure them. Like those are okay because you can still see around the car. But it's the really large flags that I'm concerned about. We do live in Chimie, windy valley. There's a big wind, there's a big gust, it flies off, it hits somebody. I don't want us to be liable as a municipality for that. So those are my 3 requests. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Elaine?
I'm going to the discussion of SCE and how we can deal with the PSPS situation. I would love a discussion about looking at yellow sign striping, and I think that, Councilmember Levinos referenced the wiring list and automatic reimbursement. I think an immediate solution could be that we investigate putting at least reflective tape.
There's multiple immediate solutions, okay, and I think the city manager...
Yeah, what I can do is I can put an email together to the council, let them know what we're looking at for the traffic signals. We'll put an email together and send it to you, let you know what our plan is for that.
And please keep track of all of those costs.
Oh, absolutely.
SCE needs to know how much it's costing us.
One of my offers, that wasn't an offer, suggestion, was hire one of these barricade companies and then have them go out and take care of the intersections, mark them however so people know they exist, and then send Edison the bill.
I like it.
But to your point, the yellow striping's been discussed, lights have been discussed, solar's been discussed, and generators.
And I guess I'm just hopeful that it could be done post haste or something.
I agree 110%. It needs to be done for the next wind event. Something does. I don't know what it is, but I've seen firsthand the cars whizzing through, and I don't fault the drivers. They don't see.
And I had an acquaintance that was killed in the Northridge earthquake who whizzed through an intersection, had no idea it was there.
Yeah.
When it's dark, you don't know.
Yeah, and plus if you had a bicyclist, a pedestrian,
Sure.
it just goes on and on and on, and it's going to happen. There's no way getting around it.
And I would encourage, and I know that Brian is talking about lobbying the state with some great ideas. I just want to lend support that we make this a tri-city effort as well, because I know, as I spoke with Representative from Moore Park, they've got some great ideas, ways that we can legislatively
Well, I think,
lobby.
too, I'd encourage you to go through the city manager, because I know the city manager's contacted the cities that are impacted.
Absolutely.
And I can tell you from the GAP meeting I was at, the cities that are not impacted are not very supportive.
Well, and I'm glad that you're meeting with the cities and this becomes
so
I
I think the central clearinghouse should be the city manager's office.
Agreed.
And then go from there. And it might turn into where we form some kind of special committee or something where we could discuss this. But believe me, you know, and it's funny because everybody that's sending me emails, which I appreciate, but most of them are redundant. You know, they have great ideas, and I've turned them all over to the city manager. I go, you know,
right.
And it's an issue. It's an issue, and I agree it has to be taken care of right away.
And I appreciate,
or at least a Band-Aid.
Agreed, and I appreciate that it's a priority because it's easy to forget when the wind dies down. But I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The second item that I wanted, I'm concerned. I know we all are about our businesses, and I know we've lost Barton's, and there are others. They're just hanging on by their fingernails. Particularly with our restaurants that for at least the next 3 weeks cannot have any dining. I'm wondering whether I know Manhattan Beach has had something where they declared public open spaces. I know that may or may not be appropriate given our city's configuration. Is it a possibility that we consider telling restaurants or that they could that maybe tables could be placed on sidewalks, which are public places, if it just might allow people to, I don't know, possibly if it would increase their business that they wouldn't be responsible for it. I don't know. It's a brainstorming thought. I just want some signal to our businesses that we're trying to help them in some way.
I think that the signal to them is that we, going in and talking to them, letting them know we're supportive, and making sure that if they have questions, that we get in touch with code enforcement or planning and have them get in touch with them. Because I know there's been discussions, I think we've all been in them, about what to do as hopefully this COVID thing starts backing off a little. And I want to make a provision for these people to recoup some of that money they've lost by not forcing them to instantly get their patio back in, because people like those patios, and if the weather's right and everything, it works. So I think we need to talk to the city attorney as far as coming up with something that would be against what the state is.
And I'm not advocating going against what the state has said. I just want us to think creatively about ways that maybe our public spaces that can somehow encourage businesses.
I think to check and see most of what we think of, what you and I, lay people, think of public space is pretty much all private. I think there's very little.
Right, and I guess that's why I thought maybe sidewalks, but you're right.
Yeah.
Well, the city attorney mentioned that idea to me, and it kind of made me think of something maybe, and I haven't talked to them yet, maybe we can get the parks to do something, because those are public property and they have pavilions. So maybe there can be some type of a delivery. We have to talk to the park district.
Interesting.
But
Yeah.
I mean, your idea caused me to think of something that Ruth might think of something else, going around. So that's what we need. As we throw these ideas out, it makes somebody else's brain start moving.
No, perfect idea, or something to discuss, because like we went out the other night and got our food. Typically we go out in the parking lot. It was too cold and windy.
Yeah.
So what was the best case scenario was drive home, and then the food was cold.
Yeah.
So either way but it would seem to me there's something we could do it needs to be legal, and it needs to be where there's obviously the social distancing, and I don't think we have to eat with a mask on, but that'll be difficult. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate any ideas that we can help our businesses. We can't lose any more.
Right. I hope not.
While being safe.
Okay. Anybody else? Tonight, we go back to our old way of doing things, and which is the unfortunate way of doing it. Adjourn. We have several people to adjourn in memory of. One of them was Leonard Liston. I don't know how many of you knew Leonard, but Leonard was a longtime resident of Simi Valley, and then he became an architect, civil engineer, and did a lot of work within the city. And for a lot of our developers, had a lot of contact with the city staff. and Leonard passed away a few weeks back. Also, CHP officer Andy Arnollis, I think, was that in Palmdale? Yeah, unfortunate situation. A motorcycle, he was riding a motorcycle and died in an accident. Gary Marshall, I think one of you knows Gary Marshall?
You know Gary Marshall?
Okay, doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. I don't mean but Gary Marshall is someone that one of us asked to have him put on the list. And Pauline Hernandez, who is the mother of Cesar Hernandez, who works in environmental services. So sad to see that happen to one of our own here. And last but not least, we lost Peggy Sadler, a name that's been around the valley for years and years and years, and her and her husband were very active in the building of this community. And so she passed. With that, meeting is adjourned. And